We're going to call this public hearing to meeting considering Texas Academic Performance Report. The Board of Trustees of Venus ISD on January 17th, 2023. Called to order at 6:30. Who's going to give the presentation?
All right,
You're up.
ready to go. Good evening, everybody. All right, so we are here tonight in public forum to discuss our annual report. Included in that is the TAPR, or the Texas Academic Performance Report. We're going to go through, we're going to hit some high points. There's a lot of numbers and a lot of information. So if anybody has a question about anything and wants to stop, needs clarification, just please stop me and then we'll talk about it and keep going. All right, so the first section of the annual report, and this is required by Texas Education Code to be done once per year, is going to be the Texas Academic Performance Report. So the Texas Academic Performance Report is compiled by TEA for every district and every campus using both PEIMS and student assessment data. So most of the student assessment data you'll have already seen. They are the results from last year, so our 21-22 results. But this is a more comprehensive view. It includes assessment data from 22. It also includes assessment data from the year before for comparison purposes, and then PEIMS data as far as demographics and graduation rates and attendance rates. So just a little overview of the TAPR before we get into it. Cover page, we'll talk about STAR performance. We'll talk about STAR academic growth. We'll talk about how it breaks down by subpopulations, including our bilingual education and ESL students. We'll talk about STAR participation. Some of the PEIMS information that we'll talk about is attendance, graduation, and dropout rates. We'll talk about CCMR, which we have already reviewed as well. We will talk about other post-secondary indicators, and then student, staff, and program information. All right, so let's take a look at the TAPR report. The district reports, as well as the reports for each campus, they are available on the TEA website. They're also linked on our website. So they are public record. Anybody can go in and view our reports, as well as any other school district in the state of Texas. All right, so the first part of the TAPR report is going to be assessment results. So this is our STAR and EOC assessment results. A few things I'm going to point out. So it does break it down by grade. So you have grade 3 reading, grade 3 math. So each of the grades are broken down. You're going to see the school year. So you'll notice that it gives us this 21-22 school year, which is last school year. And it also gives us the year before for comparison purposes. So for example, grade 3 in reading, we had 66% of students at approaches grade level or above. And that was in the 21-22 school year. And then for the year before, the 2021 school year, we had 55%. So you can see the difference from each year. So it meets grade level or above. We had 37% in 2022. And in 21, we had 27%. So you can see the difference there as well, the improvement. And then at master's grade level, so we had 14% for 2022 and 11% for 2021. So any questions about how that looks?
I have a question. Can
Sure.
you remind me, so at approaches grade level used to be what on the STAR?
Was it,
It was like pass,
yes,
and
it was, not approaches, the other word for approaches. Proficient. And yes, sorry, proficient. And then the one above that would be, so technically meets grade level is where they need to be. But the state has said, TEA said that approaches is good, is what we need. There has been some talk about lots of years, in fact, the last 3 years, in removing the approaches grade level and just making it meets or masters, and then reconfiguring. They're not going to do this year. I don't know if they'll do it next year, but that would reconfigure all your scales as well. So. And the approaches grade level or above does include anything approaches, anything meets, and anything masters. And then the meets grade level includes anything meets and masters. And then the masters, which is high as you can go, includes your master's level. So I'm not going to go over each one. I'm just going to hit some high points. So you'll see that's for grade 3 reading. You'll also see grade 3 math. So same thing, you'll see your approaches, your meets, and your masters. Your district right here. So this is 55% of the students in grade 3. This is approaches. And then this is the year before. So 2021, 54% approaches. And then you have meets and masters. Same thing for grade 4 reading and grade 4 math. Farther down in the report, it does put them together by grade level. So if you want to see just all grade 3 or all grade 4 or all grade 5 for both reading and math, they are combined farther down in the report. All right, so we have grade 5 math. We have grade 5 science. So again, science is the first grade that they take. 5th grade is the first grade that they take science. So you have your approaches, 67%. You have your meets, and then you have your masters. All right, we'll scroll down. So we have, we come into the middle school grades. We have 6th, 7th, and 8th. You scroll back up just for 1 second for me. So 6th grade reading, we have 58% at approaches. So last year we were at 50%, so we saw an improvement there. Math, we improved a little bit. If you'll scroll down, we have 7th grade reading, 7th grade math. So you'll see our numbers there. And then 8th grade reading, 8th grade math. And then if you'll scroll down just a little bit, we have science and social studies. Again, 8th grade is the first grade that they take social studies. So you'll see our approaches grade level there, our meets grade level, and our master's grade level. So any questions about those grades? All right, we'll move on to EOCs. So your EOCs are your high school tests. Most EOCs, for example, most of the time English 1 is taken as a freshman. Most of the time Algebra 1 is taken as a freshman, but that's not necessarily always true. So we don't refer to them by grade level. We refer to them by content. So your English 1, your biology, your Algebra 1, your English 2, your U.S. history. Those are the 5 required for graduation. So again, it breaks it down, approaches, meets, masters. All right. And then you can also at the very bottom, you'll see our, there is some more SAT indicators in our CCMR section, but it tells you how many students who met our indicator for SAT and ACT, how many of them approached, met, and mastered on their content levels. All right, so we're moving on. So again, I told you later, farther down in, you're going to see them combined. So this is all grades, all subjects. So this is a bird's eye view of the district as a whole. It also breaks it down by all grades reading, all grades math, all grades science. So you can see by content, all grades. All right, and then star performance by grade level. So again, this is combined. You'll see reading and math. You'll see reading and you'll see math. So you can take a look at the grade level as a whole. You can take a look at reading or just math. All right. Yes, ma'am.
So I see we're making improvements.
Mm-hmm.
From 2021 to 2022, our numbers have gone up, our percentages have gone up.
Yes.
But if I'm reading this correctly, but still the majority of our students fall in the approaches grade level
Yes.
versus meets
Yes.
or masters.
That is correct. That is correct. And one of the things that we're trying to do as well is this year, one of the initiatives has been differentiation. So the students that are meets, we want them to be masters. The students that are approaches, we want them to be meets. We don't want them to stay just because they're approaches, which is what we consider pass. That's, people use the term interchangeably. It's not necessarily interchangeable, but that's what we consider passing. So we're trying to grow them. So that way, if your approaches this year, let's see if we can get you to meets next year. And that is actually reflected in the next section, which talks about improvement and progress. That's reflected in there with that domain. All right, you can keep scrolling. Okay, so this right here, if you'll scroll up just a little bit. No, up that way. Thank you. She's my scroller. It's a lot to scroll today. All right, so this is your school progress domain, which is just like I said, this is a big part of our accountability. And this is a big part of the reason that we were rated B this year as a district. So the way that they do it, the way that we are rated is basically how much our students have grown. And you'll look at the numbers by grade. You'll notice there is not a rating for grade 3 because they have nothing to compare it to, because third grade is the first grade that they take it. So you'll see from 4th grade on, the ratings that are there, the numbers are not necessarily percentages. So sometimes people will see an 87 or a 78 and think it's on a 100% scale. It's not necessarily a percentage, but a percentile. It's scored a certain way. And that's actually broken down in the accountability ratings. We went over that earlier in the year. But this is our school progress domain, and this is how much our students have grown. And so what this does is it takes every single student and what they got last year and what they got this year, how much did they improve? So if they were approaches last year and they're meets now, or if they were meets and now they're masters, then we get points for those students. This will actually change next year. The domain won't change, but the way that it's figured will be because of the redesign of the STAR test. All right, so now we're gonna get into some of our special programs and sub-pops. So this is the bilingual ESL education section. So it breaks down everything, but it breaks it down by bilingual and ESL students. So this includes all of our students served in a bilingual program, an ESL classroom. This also includes our ESL students that have a parent denial. So the parent has denied services for them. But because they are considered ESL, they're still included in our numbers. So it works the same way. You have 2022, 2021. You can look at all grades and all subjects, and then it's broken down by content. So you have reading, you have math, and you have science. All right, so here's our participation. So STAR participation is how many students actually took the test. So the way that this is calculated is literally how many students do we have enrolled and how many of them took the test. So we were at 99%, which is a great participation rate. We are rated both by the state and also in our federal report card, which is linked in this presentation. We're not gonna go over it, but that's a big part of our federal report card as well. And a part of our programs and how we're funded. Is how many students actually take the test. So you'll notice we had a great participation rate at 99%. Only 94% of those were included in accountability because of their, they were enrolled later in the year or they left the district before testing. They weren't here for our PEAM snapshot. But on test day, 99% of our students took our test. Okay, keep going, you can keep going. So you'll see that the participation for 2021 was a little bit lower, and that's probably because we were still in that COVID era and we still had students that were in and out of school. All right, attendance. Attendance, dropouts, graduation rates. So here's our attendance rate and this is actually 2 years behind. So a lot of the PEAMS data is calculated. This is 2021 data, not 21-22 data. So not the last year, but the year before. So now we're looking about 2 years behind. So you'll look at our attendance rate, which as a district was at 96%, which is above the state average. You can also see the 1920 attendance rate, which was pre-COVID, and hopefully we'll be back there soon. Chronic absenteeism, students that miss more than 10 days a year. Our dropout rate, which was 0.2%, so very low compared to the state average. And then some longitudinal data, which is with a cohort over the course of the years, some data, how many graduated, how many continued high school, dropped out, graduated, went to college. And we're gonna see some more of that later in the annual report as well.
I have a question back there on the dropout rate.
Mm-hmm.
So there's grades 7 and 8
Yes.
and 9 through 12.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so middle school. So middle school, if we had a 7th or 8th grade student, and what a dropout is for TEA is just the student left the district and we could not track where they went. So if this, like a parent can pull them out, and if we cannot track, we have to, most of the time if they go to another district, they will request records from us. But if they don't and we cannot track where they went and we cannot verify they're in school, then they actually hit our dropout rate. So the PEAMS department does a great job at tracking them down. I mean, you literally have to track them down. All right. So you'll see with this data, it goes back 2019, 2018. It takes it all the way back with graduation rates. Let me scroll down. All right, keep scrolling. All right, so here's our graduation profile. So this is the number of graduates. And again, this is 2021, the number of graduates that we had. And then it breaks it down by ethnicity, by graduation type. So you can see that most of our did graduate on the distinguished program. And then it breaks it down by your special populations as well, like special education, economically disadvantaged. You can see the percentages there. Okay, CCMR. So again, we've seen this data already, so I'm gonna go through it pretty quickly. This is the same data that we presented in the summer. It's just now compared to the year before. Remember, CCMR data is always a year behind. So this is not last year's, but the years before. This is 2021's data. So you'll see our the percentage that we had that met with a CCMR indicator is 61.7%. A CCMR indicator can be any of the things that you see after that. So a dual credit course, an AP exam that they got a high enough score on, a top out score on SAT or ACT, a college prep course, and any of those things can hit. Also industry-based certifications, those count as well for our CCMR indicators. So you can take a look there.
So on that TSI,
Mm-hmm.
what is that? So just the first one, criteria graduates in English language arts.
Okay.
19.2%.
Uh-huh.
What does that mean? Only 19.2% of the students that took the test passed it?
No, not too well. That met standard. So TSI is the one that they have to take to get in. They take it for dual credit as well as right.
Or they have to take another class.
Exactly to get to that, or they can do a substitute assessment as well. So it doesn't necessarily mean that 19% of the students that took it met. It means that those are the only ones that got credit for the indicator. Okay, so there's some more TSI results that you'll see there. College prep course, we don't currently offer any, and that's why we're at zeros. We do offer AP, and we're actually expanding our AP program as well as dual credit, but we don't offer any of the college prep courses that they consider, so that's why you'll see those are at zero. It doesn't mean they didn't get credit, it means there wasn't any for them to take. You'll see AP as well. You'll see that we have continually we're offering more and more AP classes every year. Every year we have more students that pass AP exams. They get a 3 or higher. They meet indicator. They also get college credit on their side. We're expanding our AP program even more next year. So we're hoping that that number goes up as well. All right, and then you'll see your SAT and ACT. This is 2021 and 1920. Keep in mind that during the COVID years, colleges were COVID option, or ACT, SAT optional, testing optional is what they called it. So colleges were not requiring SAT or ACT at all. So the majority of students didn't take it, honestly, because they didn't need to. That is changing back. So now we're seeing where some colleges are still testing optional, some are not. But there's a lot of more colleges that are adding that in. All right, and here we have our advanced, our AP classes and our dual credit course completion. So you'll notice that for any subject, we were at 35%. So 35% of our students completed and passed at least one 3-hour class of a dual credit class. All right, so here's some PEIMS data. This was our enrollment. Again, this was at the end of last year. So it has changed a little bit since then. Total students, it's broken down by grade, it's broken down by ethnicity, it's broken down by sex, it's broken down by economically disadvantaged or not. All right, student information, students served by each program. So you can see there how many students are served in a bilingual program. So for example, district-wide, we serve 653 students. We have GT as well and special education. Those are the number of students that we serve in those programs. All right, so retention by grade rates. All right, and then here's some staff information. So again, this was the end of last year. So anything that's happened this year is not reflected in these numbers. So we have total staff, we have professional staff. You can see it's broken down by numbers and by type of position there. And then you'll also see our teacher breakdown by both ethnicity, by sex, by highest degree held, and then by years of experience. All right, here's some administration information. So again, it's broken down by experience. All right, and then teachers by programs, so the programs that the teachers serve in. All right, so that was a lot. Any questions? A lot of numbers, I know, guys. Again, it's available on the website. It's available on TEA. It's available for both the district and the campuses. The campuses are broken down. It's the same information, but it's broken down campus specific. So if y'all have any questions about that, let me know. The campus reports are included on here as well, but again, the links are on both the TEA website and our website.
And to you, but also mainly this way, when I do have time to actually go through all these numbers, perhaps we could put a discussion item on next month, just to look at some of any questions. It's very difficult to ask questions right now. It's hard to compare. You know, because I'm sitting here looking at what I think is 21 7th graders, trying to compare it to 22 8th graders. You know, and on the paper, I have a difficult time doing that while I'm listening too. So a little more time to look at it.
Yeah, the best way I found to do this is you know, in going through my copy of it is just to go through with a red pen, a blue pen, and a highlighter, and as you know, Crystal and I were looking at it, and that's how I make it make sense to me.
Because I can't see that. These pages are not exactly matching up either, and I can see this better, so I'll have to really go through this.
Sure.
And I may have questions. And
Yeah, absolutely.
certainly let you know, but
It's a lot.
I think it's important
It
to go
is.
forward and discuss.
It is. It's 32 pages, and it is a lot of numbers and a lot of different, and some of it's the same information, some of it's different. It's broken down 5 different ways, so absolutely. Yeah, it does take a while to digest.
Yeah, it really does.
And a lot of these numbers you've seen before, and you know, again, when our star scores come in and all of that, but this is compiled all together, and then now we compare it with our map data, our beginning of the year and middle of the year. So I mean, we take it all from there too. But this gives you trends, is what it does.
Right. Yeah, no, I totally understand what the information is,
Right.
but as you say, it's adequate time to digest all this material is
Right.
a little different.
Yeah, so one of the things that it does is, and I think Tasha asked the question earlier, is, you know, as a district, you know, where would you say one of our, overall, when you look at this, where's one of our weaknesses? And that certainly would be in the master's level. In other words, teaching to the top and getting our kids to the top. And so that's an area that we have to be focusing on generally, but then do it with very specific instructional methodologies.
Is there anything else you wanted to?
Well, that's the TAPR. We've got 7 other sections, but these are way shorter. They're not 32 pages, so 1 each. We'll make it fast. All right, so section 2, again, required by law, required by Texas Education Code for us to go over this. You've probably already seen it. This is your PEMS Financial Standard Reports. This is the 2021 data. The 21-22 data is not available till the end of this year. Again, this is available on the TEA website as well as our website. So I'm going to let you take a look, and it's also probably something that you will need to look at and digest, and if you have questions, let us know, because it's a lot of information as well, a lot of numbers. So this is actually what's reported by TEA. So I will let y'all take a look at that. And then we will move on. All right, so section 3, again, we're required to report district accreditation status. There is not one. There is not one for anybody 21-22 school year. There will be for next year, but due to the impact of COVID, TEA has decided not to assign to any school district until the 22-23 school year. So at the end of this school year, we should see one next school year. All right, section 4. These are your campus improvement plans, which we have already gone over. So I'm required to say they are posted on the website for public review. So if y'all have any questions about those, I know we're also going over the district improvement plan later in the meeting as well. Section 5, so we are required to report on violent or criminal incidents. And so anything that is considered criminal in nature or violent in nature. So this report right here shows, and again, this is for the 21-22 school year, the entire school year. Primary, elementary, and middle school did not have any violent or criminal incidents. High school, VHS was the only one. I know it's really hard to see. You'll notice the only one that has anything is that line right there, which is controlled substances. So we are at 1%. So still relatively low, and that was only at the high school, and that's for the entire 21-22 school year. So any questions about that? Pretty straightforward. Okay. All right, so again, we're required to report student performance in post-secondary institutions. So this is actually compiled by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. So we will scroll down. This is for the 2018-2019 school year. So anything that is higher education is behind several years because of the way that they compile and because of college and higher education institutions. So you'll look at us, which says Venus ISD. It shows our total graduates, and then it shows how many went directly into a 4-year public university, a 2-year public university. But you'll also notice that there are quite a few that were not found or not trackable. So the ones that we know, those you'll see reflected in there. The ones that are not trackable or not found, we do not have data on. And again, this is reported by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, and they're the ones that track this. So
Does dual credit count as higher education, or is it after?
it's after. It's post-secondary. Yeah, it's what they do after they get out of high school. So they may already have dual credit, and depending on if they may continue in a 2-year institution, or they may go directly to a 4-year institution, and that's what these numbers track.
If we start giving associate degrees out of high school, they won't even count in all this.
So if they're
I'm
through,
just asking.
yeah, if they're through P-TECH, they're tracked different, I believe, and that's a P-TECH question. But also students that graduate with associate's degrees are much more likely to continue in a 4-year degree. So, I mean, if they have 2 years, they're more likely to continue and go. And it may not be to a 4-year institution. It may be to a technical school or to another 2-year institution. They may go on to get their nursing certification, or, and they may already have some credits that count against that. It's do they do anything after high school?
Thank you.
All right, Section 7. So Section 7 talks about our House Bill 3 goals. We have already went over these, but I'm going to remind you what they look like. And again, these are the goals for the 21-22 school year. So we went over them together. Where we actually revised them, and we added a few. So we've already done all of that work. But just as a reminder, we had 3 goals. This is, again, 21-22 school year. Our goal number 1 was 3rd graders for reading. So our checkpoint goal was 37%. We hit 36%. And this is meets or above. So again, we are going straight for meets. We just bypassed approaches and we're going straight to meets. Goal number 2, this is 3rd graders in math. So our checkpoint was 38%. Our actual was 24%. And then our goal number 3, which was CCMR indicators, we're hoping to hit 60%, and we did. We actually hit 61. So our goal was met there, and we did adjust accordingly this year, and we're hoping to get higher next year. So any questions about that? I know we've seen those before. All right. So last thing is, this is just for your information. This is the TAPR glossary, so we're required to provide this as well. The link is in there, so it actually gives you a breakdown if you're not sure what something means when you're reading it. You can take a look, and it tells you how things are figured. It tells you what they mean. It tells you what each item means, and if it's found somewhere else, if items are compared different. There's also a Spanish version. And on our last page, so here's our resources. So again, our district's TAPR as well as the campus TAPRs are on the district website. Paper copies are available at the district central office. Questions are always welcome at my email there by public, board members, teachers, employees. Also, the district's federal report card is available. It was just released 2 days ago. We are again required to release it. We do not have to go over it, but we do have to release it to the public. So it is on our website. It is on the federal report card link on TEA. It is also linked here. So you'll see a lot of the same information that you see in the TAPR, but some of it is more aligned with the federal goals. So any questions? I know that was a lot. Lots of numbers. All right. Y'all have questions? Email's up there. Everything's posted on the website. Just let me know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna go to item number 2, opportunity for public comment. Anybody? If nobody signed up, we're gonna go to item number 3, adjournment at 7 o'clock. Okay. Then, we're gonna go ahead and start. Let's see here. How's that? Hit done. I think that's 1, 2, 9, and then 8. Okay. Okay, we're gonna move on to our regular meeting of Board of Trustees, Visd Independent School District, on January 17th. Called to order at 7:01. And we have a quorum. If everybody please stand. Jared, will you lead us in the invocation?
Dear Lord and Father, thank you, Lord, for this day, Lord. Thank you for the ones that have come out today with us, Lord, just blessing in a special way. Lord, we'd ask that you be with us tonight, Lord. Help us make decisions that help the school and help our community, Lord. Thank you, Lord, for giving your son to die on the cross, Lord. And Lord, just be with our country. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amber, will you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, welcome, everybody. We're going to go to item number 3. Oh, what do we see here? Item number 4, recognition of School Board Appreciation Month.
Here, let me talk through it first, if you'll pause it. Okay, so we just want to thank you for everything that y'all do for us. We are super thankful for everything, support that y'all provide for us. Our students, they created these little posters on the wall. I think we had about 400 I could pick through, and so I brought them all over Friday, and I got tired, and I thought, this is it. But we framed some of their artwork for you, some of the best ones, but today we also created a video. So enjoy.
Our school board rocks. I love to be a Venus bulldog. Muchas gracias. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for letting us grow. Thank you for everything. Queremos nuestro consejo escolar. Our school board is best. Thank you for supporting us. We love our school board.
Anyway, there you go. Thank you so much. We really do truly appreciate each one of you. It was fun today going around, and I had lots that wanted to participate.
So we also thank you guys for all the support, and the staff really feels that also. And several of our the staff members also watch the board meetings, and I didn't realize that until they started giving me feedback. So they're just very appreciative of that you give time away from your family to take care of our Bulldog family. So just from the bottom of their hearts, they say thank you. Also, in 5th grade, in art class, they had an art contest between 165 5th graders. And there were some parameters to it, and they had to do freehand Bulldog drawings. So the pictures that you received from those students are ones that were the top 7 for the 5th grade. And I think Mr. Sutton even got his personalized. So, and his goes fitting that we just had a weightlifting competition because his Bulldog has a big weights and he's got lots of muscles. So those were the top 7 winners from 5th grade. And then we also did the big cards for you guys, and all of our students were able to sign them during lunch today, and they were so excited, and they all wanted, well, a lot of the girls wanted to like write personal, like long letters to you, and we're like, there's just enough room for you to sign your name and go. So they were a little disappointed that they couldn't draw and write you personal messages, but they had a great time doing it.
All right. I did not make a video. I apologize. Y'all would not have wanted to see my video making abilities, but we have some goodies on your tables for you. I send it to the staff, and I let the kids and the staff make those decisions and create all of those things. So y'all are scaring me. Okay. Y'all should have some stuff from TSA and the National Junior Honor Society. So the STEM kids made something for y'all, but like it was a new plan. They learned a new program. Sometimes trial and error, and sometimes just error. So y'all will be getting something from them next month because it just didn't go well. And so they were very upset today that they are going to have to recreate because it didn't quite work out. But we do appreciate everything that you guys do for our kiddos to make sure that they have opportunities. So.
You know, Ms. Buck kept telling me that we should have gone first this way and go that way because we cannot compete with that. Regardless of what we do, it's not over. But we also, well, I'm kind of new to this, and I didn't understand the whole process, but now that I see it, I can understand the appreciation. And I say that because so many of you come out to the ball games and support our kids, and that's not something that does not go unnoticed. They're very appreciative of that. So what I also did is there's a little blue basket. It's blue basket, and I have to ask that because I'm colorblind, so they have to kind of help me out. But it's a little blue basket, and we also went and I asked the staff and the students to put something together. So the office staff put together some handwritten cards in there, and the students, we had to actually scale back and say, stop. Because, you know, once you give them that opportunity, the student council put some handwritten notes in there, and you're going to know some of them. And the Spanish club put some notes in there, handwritten notes, and if you need translation, either one of us can help you translate because they wrote them completely in Spanish. Also, we had some staff members make you some personalized little coasters, and they should have your name on there, and if everything went well, everybody got their name spelled right, okay? So, and I like sweets, so the office staff included a bundt cake. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go to item number 5, presentation of campus reports and recognitions. Who wants to start?
Yes, it's going to be me. Here we go. All right. Oh, you jumped ahead. Okay. We have gained a few students since the new year. We've added an increase of 7 students. So we even have another one coming tomorrow. So it's exciting. Lots of first graders. I think we've had about 6. So that's our biggest crew. This month, we just finished up MAP testing for first grade. And now this month, we are, our kindergarten students are going to do their first round of MAP testing. And then our pre-K students are going to do their middle of the year CLI. So we have a lot of assessments going on, but it's fun. And they're getting creative on how they can get our little 4, 5, and 6-year-olds doing these assessments that are really for big kids. We didn't have much going on since the last board meeting, so I provided some events that are happening in January. We kicked off our Kids Heart Challenge last week. Our goal is $6,000. After 5 days, we're at, a little over $2,500, so it's kind of fun. This year, we are going to have students raise $75. They get to slime a teacher, so I probably had almost 90% of the teachers volunteer, so they're super excited, so I can't wait for that day. This is big news. Our Home Depot grant, the team is coming this Friday. They came out today. They walked around with our maintenance team, and so they are going to build a garden, planter boxes, in between one of the wings where our kindergarten and pre-K classes are, so they can kind of be on showcased. They're going to provide some gravel at that big window because it's not very pretty, so they're kind of make the landscape, improve it. They're going to add multiple sandboxes on both playgrounds, and then they're going to build a paver patio on our small playground for the teachers. And so we're appreciative of this opportunity, so I think it's exciting. So we're already starting to purchase some gardening materials this week. Q and U wedding. We love learning our letters, so if you would like to come, I think Mr. Hopper officiates that wedding, so it's pretty fun for the kids. And then our big end of the month is we will finally hit our big Kahuna limo ride for that fundraiser. We do have one teacher apprentice at Venus Primary School, a kindergarten teacher. She does a fantastic job for us, so I'm very thankful that we've been able to have her this year. As for our Teacher of the Month, Miss Chriselda Hendrick, she came to us this year from the high school. Super thankful for her. She has, just transformed our special education department. It's just been a kind of a breath of fresh air. So that's well deserving. The things that she's been able to do with those students in a matter of 6 months, it's just been incredible. Our support staff member is Miss Jackie Rodriguez. She is a Venus ISD grad. She is our computer teacher. She has been a great addition to our campus. Fantastic, very engaging, meets the needs of our students, and just very positive every day. And then our student of the month, Maxwell. So not only is he just a kind friend to all and a great big brother, but Max decided to start, we do ice cream Thursdays, which is $1 each. And he decided to start bringing his own money from his piggy bank to start feeding his friends ice cream because he felt sad for them. So we are thankful that his mom also donated about $250 to his kindergarten friends. So I thought that was awarding of Student of the Month. I think that's it. Let me double check. Yes? Is that it, Ms. Crew? And by the way, we did a video because they have all these cool kids that do STEM projects. We don't have those things, okay?
Okay, I think the last time I asked Jessica where we were at enrollment, we were at 667 or 668. And we are now officially at 22 and 22 in our two third grade bilingual classes, and the rest of our classes are climbing too. So third grade is becoming one of our larger groups. So they just keep coming, keep moving into Venus. All of our map testing is completed. We completed that before the Christmas break, and we just finished up, or most of our students that needed makeup testing have finished that. Our teachers met during January PD to disaggregate all of their data and look at all of the growth or where we still need to make growth. And we have done, we have reworked all their small groups during our school-wide intervention time. And our interventionists have also changed up groups. And I already got a report back today from one of our interventionists, and she said, I brought in some bubble kids for a math group. They already knew how to do what I planned for them to do according to their map testing. So she said, we've already moved on. She said that work was supposed to last for like 7 days of intervention with me, and we've already surpassed that. So she was like, I got to go back to the drawing board. So she was really excited to see that. And we really haven't had any events since we last met, since we met right before Christmas break. So our teacher of the month was Ellen Timms, and she's a 5th grade science teacher. If you have not been in a science class that will absolutely just excite you about erosion or whatever she is teaching for the day, soil, that is the place to go. And those kids are riding every single day. It is amazing. They come out of there excited. They are pumped up. They get in trouble when they come out of a room because they're so loud, because they're still talking about what's going on in science. So she does an amazing job. Anytime you want to come by and come to Miss Tim's room, come on over. Also, our staff member of the month is Christina Sanchez, and we hired her as a technology teacher. And I will tell you, if I could just multiply her, she takes care of all of our student pictures. She takes care of all of our technology classes. She takes care of our yearbook. She takes all of our pictures at all of our events. She manages all of our student computers and all of our work orders for computers. She helps us with state testing. She is that person that you can go to and say, can you help me do this? And she's like, absolutely. And if you go to her with any scheduling problem or minutes, or I can't figure this out, or this is going to affect this, she has like some sixth sense about scheduling. And she's just amazing. So we enjoy having her on campus. And also, she tries to go to a lot of our kids' after-school activities. She goes to football games. She goes to basketball games. She goes to their practices some to watch them. So she's amazing. And our student of the month is Hannah Weaver. She is in 4th grade with Owens and Mackey. And she is just as cute as a button and was just completely caught off guard when we walked into library to surprise her with student of the month. She's kind of a mother hen. She wants to make sure everybody's okay. She wants to make sure everybody's taken care of. If somebody's out sick, when they come back, she's like, hey, you need to make sure you get that math paper turned in. Like, she wants to make sure everybody's okay and always has a smile on her face. So she is an amazing leader in 4th grade. So you don't need my computer.
I do not. I might. Mine's about to die. All right. So at the middle school, things that we have going on, Friday we have academic UIL competition. We'll be in Maypearl. It's getting time for TSA. So we have TSA coming up and kids coming every day. We have kids everywhere in the afternoon, high school kids, middle school kids, they're everywhere working on TSA projects. The language arts department and our math department have started going. We did the blended learning grant several years ago. Well, this is the year that people are coming to watch us. And so we have been sending some of our teachers to go watch other schools. And then in February, lots of people will be coming to see what we are doing in line with blended learning at both the high school and the middle school. And so we've been getting prepared for that. Miss Hargrove and Miss Adams continue working with our kiddos on their past data. So they're pulling kids in on Fridays for small groups, and then writing lessons for teachers to do throughout Bulldog time when they are not tutoring. And so kids are getting some assistance with things that way. We had a lot of schedule changes this time because the high school stole an ag teacher from me. And so we had to do some schedule changes, but we got that taken care of. Everybody's schedules are good now. Our teacher of the month this month was Whitney Holtz. Whitney is one of our TAP teachers. We stole her from the elementary school. And so we've had a lot of conversations about our TAP teachers and how they're doing. And the way people describe Whitney is she's a rock star. She does a phenomenal job and works hard every day. The kids respond to her. Her data is good. She is doing outstanding. Then our support staff of the month was Kim Hill. And so Miss Hill is our blended learning coach, and so she's really everywhere. But she has spent so much time with my language arts teachers, and now that we've added math into that grant, she's been working with them. I asked her to meet with some social studies teachers, and she was like, yes, absolutely. So she is willing to do anything and everything. And I will tell you, you will not find a person more passionate about our kids in Venus than Miss Hill. And so she started with us as a teacher, so we still feel like we own her. And so we picked her for our support staff. And then our student this month was Brittany Junkert. Brittany is the sweetest child, always has a smile on her face, always willing to do whatever needs to be done. She's in TSA, she's in student council, she's in athletics, she's in band. Like, she participates in everything. You may remember seeing her and her sister last year when we were talking about TSA, because she was on that team that won second place in the nation for video game. So, we expect amazing things out of Brittany. She is a super good kid. She was terrified when we went in there. She was all nervous. So
She's been student of the month twice.
yeah, she's fabulous. So upcoming events that we have regional TSA. So we'll be hosting that on our campus. I'll send those dates out, get Mr. Hopper to send them to y'all. We would love to have you come see what the kids are doing. P-TECH meeting is on, I wrote it was in here, but I didn't put the day, the 20. Yep. Okay, so we have P-TECH for 8th grade.
That's the high school transition.
Yes, so it's 8th grader coming. I mean, they're coming to meet with the 8th graders about what we're doing to get ready for high school. 7th grade has an author visit coming. We have regionals for TSA will be held in Mesquite. Avid has a field trip for a career day with the Mavericks. And then we have more Adopt a Highway trash pickup. If anybody wants to come join us for that, we always love help with that. And then the choir fundraiser just started. So we have lots and lots of things happening. Thank y'all.
Ms. Buck and I share some things that she's told you, and one of them is the RBL. And I want to reiterate what she said about Ms. Hill. That would be one I'd like to steal from you, Ms. Buck.
No,
but
you can never. No.
but she is passionate, and she's a great instructor, a coach of coaches. She deals well with the students as well as the teachers. But RBL is a focus, and I think the other main focus we had going on in December was to get our schedule updated, because when I first came on board, the planning period, the PLC, had been taken out, so we put that back in, and that took a lot of time and patience, and the teachers are more than appreciative. I think the administrators are more appreciative because it gives you a built-in time where you can sit down and look at data and discuss kiddos and discuss, well, what does the data tell us and where do we need to go from there? So that took a lot of time. Okay, our teacher of the month is Miss Cassels, and she's brand new to teaching, and if you want to see the excitement of teaching, you need to come see Miss Cassels. She's eager and to learn. She's not only instrumental in what she does in her room, but she's helped out in several campus events as far as planning and decorating and donating her time. She does teach all the classes in the business pathways, and she is basically beginning to develop that program. Okay, I know we had it there last year, but it's taken a real concrete direction in what that's going to look like and what students are getting. For the month of December, she had over 12 students receive an industry-based certification in Microsoft Office, and you're gonna see those a bit, but in just a bit. But for a beginning teacher, I just can't say enough about her. Okay, our staff member of the month is present with us today, and that's our very own Ms. Owens, our lead counselor. She's knowledgeable and helpful, very collaborative as far as getting input. And I'm going to say this. I think the biggest thing I like about Ms. Owens, it doesn't matter if it's me, a teacher, or a parent, she always looks at the solution as what's best for the kid. It's not what do I want, what's best, what's best for the kid now and down the road. And you just don't see that much anymore. But she's great at that. She's also very instrumental and almost single-handedly revamped the schedule, revamped it so where we had our planning PLCs back. So she made all the big pieces fit so that the students would have a schedule that would flow with the teacher's schedule. She is a self-starter and takes initiative. If you need something from her, ask her, and she's pretty well going to come back with a solution. So, Ms. Owens, thank you. Our student of the month, Jahid Kareem. He's a student leader, and by a student leader, I mean on the court and off the court. On the court, he has a great vision as to what's happening, where the ball needs to go. Off the court, he has a great vision of doing what's right and being an example for kids and helping kids that he sees and needs off the court. He does not have a problem, introducing himself and say, hey, having a bad day, what can I help you with? Great classmate. He's always respectful and courteous. You can see the hard work he puts in on the basketball court is paying off, but he's also on the honor roll with impeccable attendance. Great young man. For our highlights, we have the CTE welding. This is Dakota Tanner with his grill, and this is the Cleburne Ag Show where he received first place. So this past weekend, he took that project to the Fort Worth project, and in the Ag Mech project in Fort Worth, he received a blue ribbon. So it's been a pleasure to see him grow as an individual and to see the welding program continue to flourish as it has in the past years. The CTE Business Information Management, I think we have pictures of the 12 students from Ms. Cassell's class where they did receive their certification in Microsoft Office, which in multiple industries will help them pay off at an entry-level job. And I think the last one we have is our AP Human Geo and World History. This is kind of a project of mine because Mr. P and Mr. Haybeck, our AP Social Studies teachers, are preparing and helping students through the AP program. And I mean that by saying they're using that college-level college board, which is a rigorous course that helps them in high-level analyzing and writing, which is where we want them to be at the upper end of that STAR test. And on the TAPR program, we have one teacher who graduated. I think we reported on her last month, Ms. Vargas. And we have the other one who is in RBL and in the classroom. She's doing well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go to item number 6, opportunity for public comment. Anybody sign up? No? Okay. All right, we're moving on to item number 7, discussion concerning 4-day instructional week. We got a guest presenter, Mr. Paul Ryan, Superintendent of Rio Vista.
Appreciate Paul being here with us tonight. One of the things I wanted to do was have an opportunity for him to address, sort of what they've been doing there. Paul's actually, Mr. Ryan was superintendent at Three-Way prior to going to Rio Vista, and they were a 4-day instructional week school. And so coming to Rio Vista, it was kind of a hand in glove to do the same thing. So, we've talked about a lot of the elements here, but I wanted to have kind of an informal time for Paul to kind of address a few things about what your pros and cons of implementation, and maybe take a few questions, Paul, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I have some high-tech notes here. I don't have any videos, but I will say right off the bat, first of all, thank you. And 2, also thank you for helping me identify some teachers I may want to recruit here in the future.
Nice having you, Paul. See you, bud.
No, last time I saw Mr. Hopper, he was jumping out of a perfectly good airplane. And so I'll question y'all's leadership here a little bit. Of course, I was right behind him, so we sent him out the door first. But anyways, y'all do have a great leader. Thank you, Mr. Hopper, for inviting me here. I've been at 2 different school districts, small, now Rio Vista, and I've met with superintendents in East Texas. I've met with, I've worked with other different, communicated, helped other school districts on this. We're all about our priority that we're all here for as students, right? And that's our number one priority. And being that it's Board Appreciation Month, I'm practicing because my board meeting's Thursday. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for what you do. I know y'all get paid so much for doing this. So they don't, for the record. For the record, they do not get paid. But anyways, I'll just kind of give you some highlights on 4-day calendar. And some of this is addressed in Q&As that I've done, revised, answers or questions that I've answered, and then hopefully I'll give you all, if you have questions for me, I'm here. That's why I'm here. Teacher retention and recruitment is a huge aspect of this. It's tough to be competitive. I can tell you, coming off, sometimes I'll talk about three-way, sometimes I'll talk about Rio, but coming off of COVID and mental health and the challenging things that we faced that our workforce had to face, this was a huge factor. I couldn't compete in money and with pay, and what I found is that was becoming less and less important. And you want quality teachers, you identify some rock stars. Sometimes what you can give them is time, and it's a powerful tool when you're talking about it's all about the quality of the instructional leaders that you have in your district. So that's huge. Based on my experiences, I looked at my board, who didn't know me, they hadn't known me very long at Rio, and I just went right past the honeymoon, and I just went full-blown right into the 4-day calendar, and answered a lot of questions, but I was able to communicate. But one of the things I told them is that, as we are facing posting jobs, you're not going to have an issue getting applicants. And in every opening that we've had, even the one we had just mid-semester, we had ample opportunities. Many applicants, we were able to get a good qualified applicant. That carries a lot of weight, that statement right there. Because in this challenging time, y'all are not special, and I guarantee without knowing y'all's facts here, I guarantee y'all have had this is an issue here. Y'all have. We had an issue there. They had an issue there. At Rio, we had an issue at 3-way, and we had to find a way to be competitive. But that's not what this is all about either. But it does carry a lot of weight in who teaches our students. Next thing is reduction of operation costs. Okay, that is something, it's hard to quantify this, but the things where you can talk about transportation, you can talk about food service, because obviously when you cut a little bit of that, but you can't say, well, we cut it by 20%. We went from 5 to 4. Remember, it's all about minutes, so you actually had to lengthen your calendar a little bit, so be careful leaning on that too much. It will be better, but we're not promising millions or anything. That's not what this is about, but it does have an impact. So, in a positive way. Utilities is something that, yes, maybe, but we keep our buildings are open anyways because we have kids coming in on Fridays. And I'll talk a little bit more about that here in a minute. We also have our maintenance custodian. They work on Fridays, our hourly employees. We make sure all of our campuses, they have that quality deep clean happening on Friday. We offer a good health clinic up at our high school for our community. Everybody that was a opportunity we have, we're one of the only in the state that provides that actual clinic. Then come up anybody in the community. We're only able to offer that because we had the facilities to open up to offer that. So that was a nice thing as well. Academics. Quick to say, what's research saying about academics? I can tell you right now, the research says it's a wash. Well, you'll have your math teachers, by the way. Your math teachers will say, you're reducing your instruction by 20% in a week. TA makes you go once again the minutes. And that's a wash. We were able to actually increase the number of instructional days we had first semester. That spoke a lot to my secondary teachers. And they're like, we got to, so because you start earlier, they're actually able to have more instructional time. That carried a lot of weight as well. I don't like to mention STAR EOCs in any of my conversations, but this is my district, so I will say that you do have a little more time prior to that testing before that STAR EOC, okay? We all know that's not what it's about. We're not here about tests, but we do have to face that. Next thing, I talk with my hands, so if I hit something. Anyways, next thing, extracurricular. I was the guy that was against this. I was the guy that was against 4-day week. Let me make that very clear. It was brought to me by coaches, because somebody will quickly say, how's that going to impact Friday night? How's that going to impact pep rally? How is that going to impact all the things that we talk about, right? It's probably been already brought up. I was a coach. Harper, you were a coach. There's probably several that in here that have been coaches. What kind of quality instruction is happening on Friday, or they're really struggling, because I'm sure it's great and amazing, but after a Thursday night late game, I'm sure y'all don't have to travel anywhere. And, but the long traveling, they're with junior high Thursday night, and they come in the next day, and they're having to provide quality instruction. It's challenging. And that's a significant number of teachers. And so that can be a very challenging thing. They brought to me and said, it's helped my coaches. It's provided more family time for them. And I'm going to come back to that phrase, family time, here in a minute. But on weekends, they had less time on weekend. They had that time on Friday morning. They're able to spend, do their laundry in the morning. They come in, they slow roll. The coaches football, they have either breakfast, they have a lunch. These are things that we do at Rio. You can still have pep rallies, and school districts do 1,000 different ways. Reinvent the pep rally. Make it more of a community pep rally on Friday. That's a novel idea, but be careful anytime you change tradition and all that stuff. But bring community, that's a great thing. So what we also do in dealing with all extracurricular is huge. Instead of stacking the time during the week, your FFA, your band, your kids that do multiple things, they're able to utilize those Fridays, because your football coaches aren't utilizing those Fridays for that. They can go in for band practice. They can go in for, like our band director would take advantage of that. Cheerleaders would have an extra practice that day. FFA would have their called meeting. They would have all that would happen on and on and on that you can stack. So there's students in our buildings. There's coaches. There's all that. Take advantage of that. So that part's huge too. Back on the academics. Let me come back to that. There is a way to make 4 better than 5. Math teachers don't like this. But there is a way to make 4 greater than 5. Here's how. And when you utilize Friday for targeted, individualized instruction, where you can provide intervention in a quality way, it can have a significant impact. We struggle to do that in our classrooms just because we do all these things, but we struggle to do it because of time and all these other things. But when you're able to utilize that, and we do it after second semester is a good way to start doing that. You can bring those students in, targeted, individualized, provide that care. Instead of Saturday schools, you can provide Friday school for your high school, for your secondary, for attendance. We do that on Friday. Once again, save and protect that time for family. Once again, I'll come back to that phrase here in a minute too. The other things, professional development, probably the biggest thing that's impacted my staff this year. We have a staff development once a month. We're able to have a quality professional development for my staff. So we have far greater amount of support. Every one of these individuals here on the campus, they struggle to provide this. They have to send them outward, send them somewhere else. They have to find time, which we don't have enough of. Or if you had it targeted, where we do almost like a kind of convention style, where they go and they're able to pick and choose. They have choice, and we're able, curriculum department plans it out based on our goals and everything else. So that has had a huge impact. Sometimes we just have a work day, and they need time in their classroom. We did that immediately at the beginning of our semester. We had a work day and allowed them to just be in the classroom, prep, once again, improve quality instruction. Next thing, I've already mentioned maintenance, custodial, cleaning that work on Fridays. Conversation for another day that I can talk to your finance people about your hourly employees. There are some challenging things that you got to work through, but it's easy. It's easy to work through that. Y'all talked about this enough that I guarantee one of your concerns is childcare. The number one thing that is vocalized. Okay? It's probably true in Venus, Texas. There's no perfect answer for this, but I will tell you this. The reality of 2 different school districts. Smaller 3-way, yes, it was small, but we were 80-something% low SES. And I said, there's no way these families can afford it. There's no way they can do it. They're the ones that countered back and said, yes, we can. Give me my family time. Give me my time. And they were able to work through those challenges. And they are challenges. I cannot sugarcoat that. Ways that you can combat that. That's the number one negative for this 4-day calendar. Can't get around that. I think the benefits far outweigh the percentage that truly impacts. But solutions possibly. Friday school, and we kind of talked about some of the, but Mineral Wells does something similar to this, where you can apply your low SES students, you can provide that support system for them. You can do that. Mineral Wells thought they would have a massive number. Their entire district, he said, they had about 50 that didn't impact it. He said I was able to afford it and provide it, and he said that started dwindling down even more. So it was far less impact than he thought. Extended day programs. We all have some kind of extended day program, probably at the elementary level or something like that. Sometimes you can expand those even more into carry over to where it's kind of independent group or something using your facilities. There's things like that you can do as well. Partner with local child care. Our child care were struggling, and they actually went boom, and it helped their business locally. There were some other ones that it's actually helped our community in a way in that respect. It actually provides some jobs. There are some things that benefit from it as well. Sorry, Mr. Hopper, I'm trying to go fast here. You didn't give me a look, but I am trying to hurry. I know your time's valuable. Okay, and the other thing is high school students actually babysit them. Somebody else brought this up to me. I said, my child's going to be working. They're going to be working for a family. They've already got some kids that they're going to be helping out. And not to mention the fact that high school kids will value that time. Some of them will be using that time to work. We've had some intern opportunities that have been provided through our CTE programs because of that extra time. They needed that time for that. There's actually funding obviously associated with that. When you start getting to that higher level, that's a discussion for another day. All right, some star points that I have. Many critics will later thank you. 2 different districts, and that's happened to me repeatedly. The people that were some of the most vocal, although I did have a guy flip me off, and that's not the point. But he didn't come back and thank me. He was very opinionated on the topic. It was not. It was not. But I did have. That's when somebody said, "Paul, Ryan, your honeymoon is over here, so welcome to Rio." No, but it was all good. We got by. But actually, I've had more people that come back to me and say thank you, and you know what the reason is? So we've provided more family time. And that's the number one thing that they say thank you for. There's not enough in it. They do little dribblers. They do this. They do that. Their Saturdays are taken up. Their school days are taken up. Their after schools are taken up. You just gave me a day with my kid. And that was Friday. They were able to make their work schedule. So that's probably the most powerful statement that's resonated with me in 2 different districts was that. I've had 0 complaints about the calendar so far. Things we needed to tweak, that self-criticism, there's things that we're changing. We're working on that right now. But we've had 0 complaints about it. It's usually those that flip say, I voted against it, but I was wrong. That kind of thing. You will have a vocal minority that they're very vocal. You will have a vocal minority. But the benefits to all students far outweighs the negatives. Okay? I've dealt with this in the research I've done, the people I've talked to, the community people in 2 different districts. So I've seen the benefits of it. And then this may be an overused word, but the mental health of our students and staff is extremely important, and some that's probably more on the radar nowadays than ever before. And that is probably a little bit of an abused phrase, but I've seen it firsthand, the impact that it has. We were in the middle of doing this when we were going through COVID. To me, one of the most challenging times educators have ever faced from all levels. All levels. When we were having a 4-day calendar, I had teachers saying, please let me come over there. 2-3 way. It's a small little spot in the road, super small, but they didn't care about the money anymore. And we actually were able to get a few of those. But it was having that 3-day weekend to recharge their batteries and to come in Monday and give everything they got once again. It's worth its weight in gold. And that's honestly the last thing. Yes, sir.
Could you say a word about, you know, the teachers now have that day to kind of recharge the batteries? Talk to me a minute about, and you and I have had this conversation, so about the quality of teaching that you have seen with a 5-day, with a 4-day, and what differences can be attributed to that?
Well, there's two different aspects of that. One is the support that we can provide. Once again, that staff development that we do once a month, in order to get your contract days in, you have to do that. You're going to incorporate some of those in. It's not everybody gets a day off. But I'm a guy that tends to push the limits of like constantly challenging them. Don't ever be satisfied with where you're at. Constantly strive. We all have the same goals, and I've seen that they're more open to it. And teachers say, "Don't add another thing to my plate." You know. Take something off, help me out. I'm drowning here. And when you can say, I'll tell you what, I'll give you time. I'll give you time and I'll give you support on top of it. Those are two powerful things for a teacher. And it's hard for us to provide. About all we can often give is, well, we'll give you more money. We'll give you, it's hard to give us more time, to give them more time. And by the way, my principals take off Friday. I take off Friday too. Doesn't mean I can't keep, we all go up there and we do various times unofficially, but these people deserve it just as much. That man deserves it just as much as any teacher and staff on your campus. So, questions? Be nice.
I'll start. Okay, so I do have a couple. So I know everybody, and I've seen it, everybody's saying Friday nights because of, or having Fridays off because of football. Well, what about volleyball, basketball, soccer, baseball? They play during the week. So how is that affecting those kids that now go, there's games over there tonight. So those kids in Godly, they're not going to get home until 9:30, 10 o'clock. So if we were in Godly, we're not getting home until 9:30, 10 o'clock. But then we turn around and have to get our kids back up here by 7:25. So how is it affecting those kids? How is it affecting the other sports, not just football? And I know I'm going to be criticized for that. But not just football. We have other sports besides just football.
No, it's impacting us right now during basketball. I mean, we're in basketball. We're girls, guys, and tournaments, track meets that will be on Friday. So you're really, as a coach, when you dive into as a player, extracurricular. I mean, I can't. It's like I can't impact all days. I said, but I can impact one. And the Friday. Why Friday or Monday? Friday is, I'm telling you right now, with your workforce, your community, Friday is the day. Don't even think about going with Monday. It doesn't work in the jobs, people's work schedules, stuff like that. I'm getting away from your question. But I don't have a perfect answer for a Monday, for a Tuesday after a game, but I will say those students that do that will be able to, it's expected of them. They understand that, and they do the same thing with us. They may miss 1 of 4 days, but they stay on top of their work. We provide that support system to them, and it's no different than a 5-day. That part is no different. But I don't have a perfect answer for you, but the 4-day really doesn't impact that. All I'm doing is giving them 1 day that does help them.
Right, but if they're, then, like you said, the other people use Friday to do that. So they come back up here and practice again. So they come up on Friday again to practice. So they're really not getting that day off.
You
so
talking about the students?
Yeah, so that's what I'm asking, so I mean.
I had somebody bring this up about, well, my child's kind of being punished for doing it. And I counter back very respectfully, and it sounds almost smart, but I said, that's why it's called extracurricular, though. Right. It is extra. You put in extra time. Normally, that time is stacked. It's stacked on, and I remember I used to, because I did one-act play, and I did football, and I was up at school till 6, 7 o'clock, and then I went home, that type of thing. But what happens is you kind of you take away a little bit in the afternoon, and they come up on Friday and they utilize that time better. It helps them. It gives them time in the evening. It helps them with their grades. Helps them more time at home. But I don't have a perfect answer for that because it is a challenge. Students, especially the students that do a whole lot of it. But those coaches still take advantage of that Friday.
Then so here's another question. Sorry about that. So on Fridays, what about the parents that work? What about having to get those kids up here for band and football? do y'all provide buses to go and pick those kids up, or are those kids required to
We
now
provide
find a
buses
ride?
like on some of the intervention. We do that. We're talking about that right now. They're working that out. Whatever bus we need, it's an investment I'm more than willing to give. When it comes to what our students have been doing, football, for example, because they'll have, I hate to mention that because what you said, but as a perfect example, they would have their lunch. Not one student, the head coach was concerned about that. He wanted to go, well, can't we do on Mondays instead? Because I'm afraid I'm not going to get everybody up there. Every one of those students were able to get an older kid, another kid to give them a ride, get to work, get to football, get to their lunch meal at the church across the road and that they had on Friday. Never had an issue. He never had an attendance issue with that. I don't know exactly how they work that out, but it's usually between other students and other people that help them out.
Well, you said that y'all were doing, like targeted time on Fridays.
Targeted intervention, yes, sir.
And I guess my question on that is, those employees have to work that too. So
I pay
working
them
it.
extra.
That's what I was gonna ask. Is there extra pay in
They
that?
get an extra, yes, because they're going above and beyond outside their contract. It's a great way for them to make extra money.
See, that's what I was curious
sir.
about. So there would be some.
Yeah, I had a
payroll
grant at one
extra.
time at Three-Way. We were able to use some of that ESSER, some different things that we've done. But to me, I mean, I just budgeted that in. That was an investment worth
Are these employees
taking.
volunteering?
Yeah.
Are they required? Because
You ask a teacher,
once
can I
again,
make a
you're
little
going
extra
back,
money?
You
And
say, we got 4-day work week, but you gotta work 5 days. That's what I was curious about. So is it
Yes.
like a
Are
volunteer?
you talking
thing?
about punishing a student potentially that has to come up
Yeah.
there? That's actually a very good point. That's the reason why I start semester, and I start semester and I don't do it all year. If you make a student go every Friday, you are punishing that student, and it's a slippery slope. You have to be very careful with it. What I talked about, and I had my admin meeting today, is rotate it. You may really focusing on ELA and social studies or something like that one Friday. The next Friday, you're focusing on math. If it's the same student, another way is scheduling to where you go 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours, 2 hours for this area, 2 hours for this other one. There's 1,000 different ways, but I said do not, and I've told them that again today, do not make them go every day, every Friday, and you'll quickly crush the soul of a child when everybody else is getting that day off.
So Paul, if I can.
That's an administrative thing, and they're good at that. They'll work it.
So basically what you're saying is targeted, what you guys are doing is targeted, personalized instruction. So you're not gonna do that every Friday, but you are providing transportation for those kids?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If they need it.
Okay.
If they need it, and if I need 2 buses, I'll run 2 buses. I need 3, I'll run 3. Because those bus drivers are got a little pay cut because they don't get as many times. They're more than willing to step up as well. You won't have an issue getting that.
So I do have one more question. Okay, so when it comes to SPED, I know SPED always is having a hard time trying to make sure that they get all of their testing and all of their stuff done. Have you had an issue where it's being done in 4 days, where it's not being done? Because I know that it's a hard time for 5 days. So when you're cutting down a whole extra day.
They were concerned about that. That was brought up. It hasn't been an issue. That she's, and I'm in on that. We have a special ed co-op, and it has not been an issue trying to get on our time. That she just had to adjust the personnel and adjust our calendar. The people that were with us on our campus were probably structured obviously different than y'all, but it was an issue to get in there. And they have a big caseload because it is a big SPED co-op that we have.
Right, but they're able to get the testing done and everything done.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, she hasn't brought that up to any concerns about that so far. The concern is they're paid by Godly, and they're part of our SPED co-op, and she has no problem getting them to work on my campus because they're on a 4-day calendar at my campus. So the little bit of I'd like to be over at Rio as opposed to being assigned, but they're all part of the co-op. So it's a little bit of a challenge there. So, but that's a good challenge, I think. So, any other questions?
Yeah, can you touch on on your auxiliary employees, your bus drivers, et cetera, how you guys structured that on a 4-day?
Yeah, some of our lunchroom was probably the most challenging because obviously their food service we don't provide on Friday. So what we did with them is they actually accept their trucks on Friday. they were able to put in majority of their time on the first 4 days, and then the rest of the time they have to get a minimum of 37 and a half hours to be considered a 40-hour week. I don't know if I fully understand all, but that's basically the way we have it structured. And that's not an issue. We were able to do it. They said, no problem. We don't want students there when we're receiving a truck and that chaos. So they were able to structure that and have that come in on Friday, and it actually worked for them to come up, and they don't have to cook that day. It works out for them. Custodial and maintenance work on Friday, so that's not an issue either. Bus drivers are paid by the trip, but we're able to make that work too. And you just have to go every hourly employee. We kind of tweaked some of the hourly employees on campuses, secretaries and things like that, and made sure that their hours are extended. It's easier to work on 4-day. What's difficult is because you will have to have some Fridays in your calendar to get the total number of minutes. You have to incorporate that. When that happens, you got to be careful, because you'll actually, if you're not careful with it, you'll exceed the 40 hours. So y'all have to be very careful on that, and your HR has to really look at that. And there's ways to do it. You just have to tweak their schedule to where they meet the 40 hours. So
Yeah.
we just set some things in place where they had to get approval if they were going to work overtime. So we just had to put some little checks and balances on that. So
Yeah, I know that was kind of like a lot of the concerns with a lot of like our paras, making sure that they, all the hourly employees for that matter, that, that they're not going to lose out any hours or.
I did make that promise. I told them that, I said what, I was very careful how I said this, but I said we will do everything we can. If I had the power, I don't want anybody to lose money. My board didn't want anybody to lose money, because they value every dollar they get. So there's a ton of ways. We pay our gatekeepers. We do different things, opportunities that we provide for that. Our custodians are able to, they work games Friday night. We have somebody on duty. There's a lot of different opportunities they have, either to make extra money, to make sure we don't miss that. We gave our bus drivers a raise because they were going to lose. I couldn't get around. I couldn't run the bus whole fleet again. So we were able to pay them more, which was kind of nice, because it sounded a little better. It helped us in recruiting bus drivers too. Made that a little more competitive too. So that helped.
It kind of balances out.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But that's something my HR person can help. Y'all's HR person, and met her the other day. And anyways, so things like that, those are challenges. Don't go. You'd have to be very careful with that. You got to go person by person. Make sure you have that set up. That was, I can say we had to quickly, change some things. Obviously, Rio's a little bigger than I was, than 3-way, so we had to tweak some things. So, but it's very doable, and it's easily, you can get around the legalities of it. It all works. You just have to be smart about it. So,
Out of all the thousands of schools in Texas, only about 2 or 2.5% of them have the 4-day. So are you advocating that this is for everybody?
I will say it's moving. It is, I won't ever speak for another district, but I will say this. It's shifting the ground we stand on in a big enough way that it's part of the next legislative session. When it gets to a point where they're going, what is this y'all are doing? And they're asking questions. And they're having I'm about to be part of a panel for Region 11. We're about to, it's a discussion, we're going there. So the rate is increasing on the number of schools that are either considering it for all the reasons that I talked about, teacher retention, recruitment, all those different things. And there's enough that are doing that are making the legislators go, we need to, I hate when government provides a little too much oversight. We're a little nervous about what they're going to do, but at the same time, they're not talking against it. They just want to know, they want to make sure that everything's good. I think it's more like a study that they're looking at. They want to examine it, make sure that they're not giving us too much money for going to school less. And the commissioner's already communicated, the law says they have to go the same amount of time. The law says it's by minutes. It's not by days. And so we meet the law just like any other school district.
What do you do what about your families that work 2 jobs and now they go to school later, they can't get to their second job on time, and so what do you do for that? I mean,
well, one of the things, I'd answer this way. There's no perfect answer for it. I will say that. because there's 1,000 different scenarios that I can't stand up here and provide answers for. But I will say, by extending our school day in those 4 days is longer. We go 7:45 to 4. Okay, it's a longer school day. That's also one of the challenges of a work day, is school day doesn't match up to a work day, a typical 8 to 5 job, right? And so there's create challenges there. So it's a little bit offset. It helps a little bit. I've had people communicate about that, where I can drop my child off a little earlier now. I can get to work better, and they still have time after school, but it's less. I've cut that down for them. And then Friday, I had a conversation with somebody, and they said, for the 2% that will vocalize, or even less than that have a scenarios like that, somehow they all work it out. And the families that you would think that would never be able to work it out, they work it out. COVID actually created this opportunity for us, in my opinion, because that we were able to see beyond the traditional 5 days, 8 to 5, and more job, or they're able to go, maybe this isn't possible. Maybe we can do this. So it's opened up the possibility.
What do you do for your families that probably count on that feeding on Friday that they no longer get? We have them. I don't know if you have them or not. We have them.
Probably as much more than you do, yes, sir. And because I tell you, one of the things that my HR person is part of the Baptist Church across the road. We have a amazing support system in that town, and that was brought up, and that's part of that meal food service that we do. And we're looking at we've had this organization out of Cleveland that's also, and it's kind of like it's providing food for families and that in need. And there's a tremendous amount of support system, and I bet y'all actually have the same thing here. But the ways to do it is if that's a deal breaker and y'all provide some kind of support system for those families that outright need it, like Mineral Wells does, those students, you can easily provide a meal for them, and you're still saving money compared to what you would normally spend in a district. But if y'all do that, I bet you find out that it's far less than what you think. And every school district that Mineral Wells said the same thing. I've said in my districts, other school districts, it's the same thing. You would think everybody will say the same thing you're saying, sir, but you will be surprised that how it does work itself out. I can't explain it all. I can't. But I've been proven wrong, because once again, I was a guy saying the exact same thing. So there's no way. There's no way these low SS families can afford that.
What about all your test scores and stuff? Have they greatly improved?
Well, I just started there, and I will be able to report back to you this summer. I can tell you that. I can tell you it won't be for 4-day calendar as much as the other things, hopefully, that I've implemented that probably have far greater weight. But I will say, I would be surprised at the amount of support that we provide to our teachers, the training that we provide to them, the different changes like that have allowed that to happen will far, if they are truly equal, like the research says. The changes that I'm adding with 4-day calendar that allow for that will take it over the top. And I hope I can come back to y'all and shake your hand and say, yes, sir, it did. And I can't really speak to, there's things that we helped us at 3-way, but I can't speak to that a whole lot because that was during COVID when we implemented that. So that was I don't have good data to give to you.
Yeah, I guess that's just the thing. There's not enough people doing this and that have done it long enough to provide that right there. So, it makes people skeptical.
But what I do know, and I've been doing this, I'm about 5 or 6 years from retirement. And I've been doing this long enough to know one of the greatest things is providing time and support for my teachers, provide training for them, provide that extra, and I'm giving it to them. And I also know that I am bringing in some rock stars, and I'm bringing in some teachers that from school districts that, that's real. I don't want to go down there. But I'm bringing in some all-stars. All-star teachers lead to all-star results. And I'll take that all day. So if there's an outcome that provides that opportunity to get all-stars, rock stars in my district, hallelujah, that's what I want. That's investment. That's worth every penny.
Did you survey the parents?
I did. We were 80, and We were 86% low SES. I was 83% at three-way, and we were 79.6 at Rio. We were right at the 8% mark, which is kind of, I was hoping to be 75% or greater, and I was pleasantly surprised. So.
Let's talk about finances just a minute. You alluded to there's some possible savings. If you go into this saying that nobody is losing any money, the teachers are getting paid the same amount for 4 days as you are 5. But then you come up and says there is a need for paying some extra people to come in, the opportunities for bus drivers to make some extra money, some custodial people making extra money. Is it a wash money-wise, or are you actually, is it costing the district more money to go this route?
You know, that I caution you to, like earlier when I was talking about the finances, I caution you to think you're going to have a loss. You will have some savings, but it is more of a wash on that because you're doing stuff like bus drivers. You're going to save a little bit, but you might want to keep their salaries the same. The maintenance custodians are getting paid the same because they're working 5 days like they normally would. They're just able to be more effective by having time. So that's a wash. Your hourly employees are they're based 40 hours. All your hourly employees is a wash. I mean, that's going to be the same because they're getting 40 hours a week.
So your
regardless.
custodial, your maintenance people are still working 5.
Yes,
5
they do
days,
that, and
no
they
matter
love
what.
it because nobody's in their business. You know, they're not chasing whatever. They're able to come in and get work done. Imagine that. I know they're always behind. They have a list, all that stuff. They're able to come in and get stuff done on those days when everybody else is gone. So that impacts things quite a bit as well. So you have a lot of opportunities there that will help them out, and you know, but you're not going to save a lot of money, but I don't think it's going to cost you a lot of money either. I think you'll be okay. So
Do those maintenance people feel like they are being cheated because they're still working 5 days and the teachers and support staff are working 4 days and still getting paid the same amount of money they did for 5?
Some of them we gave them the options, and we actually did some surprises here and there where we provided. We gave them a Friday off. There's different things that we incorporate into them, but those employees they can never get enough time to effectively come in and do their job, and they're constantly struggling with that, and it really helps them out. And they'll enjoy. I got in there, nobody's messing with me. I'm able to get in the classrooms. I'm able to do all things because teacher said I never get my classrooms cleaned enough. I've heard it all as the elementary principal, so it really impacts and helps them out.
How do you do your contracts? I mean, you know, like you're on a 189-day contract or a 229-day contract. Does it change any of?
No, I get 2 weeks off just like I always have. I mean, I work in the summer just like I always have. All that. You know, the challenge is go back to the most important things, minutes. Okay? The state says we do by minutes. We actually, through our district innovation, we actually reduced our number of staff contract days because if I would have stuck with that, they're having longer work days. The teachers, they're actually going to have to work more with a 4-day calendar. So we were able to offset that and make that fair system work out.
And I think a transition there is to go to a 10-month contract as opposed to a number of days. And so that's one of the things we've talked with Mineral Wells about as well.
Yeah.
So as far as our teachers.
Well, I think that Mineral Wells did a little bit different on their custodial maintenance staff. There was some rotation that they all of them didn't work 5 days. They worked 4, but some of them worked.
Right.
There's always somebody there on Friday.
I think
but not the whole staff.
like you said, I think it's a rotation so that
Educators are some mighty creative people.
Well, and so what you're going to see is you're going to see for one thing, there's going to be quite an enrollment difference between Rio and Mineral Wells. Right. So the numbers is going to be one of the deals. So how many custodians you guys have district wide? put him on the spot now.
Yeah, about 10,
Okay. So there's only so many combinations you can do with 10 people.
12.
So, just looking at the calendar that we were given. Now, there are some Mondays that are on here also with the Fridays off. So do y'all have many weeks where you're doing 3-day instruction? I mean, because this one shows like in January, we'll have like MLK Day off.
But what we do is
Oh.
typically, when we're off on a Monday, we're all in school on Friday. We do that like this week, or whenever MLK, yeah, this week, we have school on Friday.
Okay, so you're not doing a 3-day work instruction?
Not very rarely, and we will be changing our calendar next year and front loading those Fridays. So we'll be having a lot of we're going to be doing a lot of our Fridays at the beginning. We had a great idea about possibly trying to do this during like all the home games. All the home games we were going to have a Friday that day. Don't do that. It's because it stretches it out, and then your teachers are like, "Wow, I thought we were doing 4-day calendar." Well, it wasn't a good move. We're gonna front load our Fridays, and it'll be a lot better. And it's like rip the Band-Aid off, get them out of the way, and then you start going into 4-day calendar. It worked a lot better. For some of the construction we're actually looking at a 3-day or 3-week Christmas next year, so we can allow for some construction days to do that. And that for us, that just means I got to find 4 days somewhere. We're gonna tweak that. I just got that on record, didn't I?
Oh, I've got one question for you, and I know we've grilled you quite a bit, so I really appreciate you being here for this.
Good thing I like you. That's what I mean.
Well, you may not after the.
That's true.
So the deal is, going back to food service, I'll just touch on that, and it may be a bigger question than we want to go into the weeds tonight. But not serving those kids on that Friday, and your economically disadvantaged numbers are almost the same as ours. So we're talking apples to apples here. So not serving those kids that day, you're going to lose a little bit of money in food service. But how do you make that up, or how is your school recognizing that loss or realizing that loss, or are you?
It goes back to you have some savings on one end. But you actually, on that day, yes, you lose your funding, some of the funding, but you're also reducing the amount of day. And there's several different factors involved. Rarely do you actually make money on food service. Even if you get help and that type of stuff, there's more. That's a thought for another day, is just the amount of restrictions that they have. We're looking at actually doing away with it on high school level so that we can have greater flexibility in serving our students better. So that's a different argument. But there's not a lot. It's kind of a wash. You're not gonna lose. You're not gonna gain. It's not gonna hurt you a lot because you're taking away one of those days.
Right. So in other words, you're not making that money, but you're also not having the expenditures.
When I actually do a true comparison and I get data for real, I can answer that question a little bit better. But we're about halfway through right now.
I guess your equipment in your cafeteria don't get no cheaper through this, but you stand to lose a lot of money. Does your school ever have to HIP fund things that are for your cafeteria?
Have to do what with it? I'm sorry?
Does your school have to HIP fund with things that are bought for your cafeteria?
Yes.
You'll have to supplement.
I've never been anywhere where I didn't have to supplement food service. And
I don't think we ever do.
What?
We ain't never had to.
Well, I can tell you right now the number of
we spend some fund balance money to stay legal.
Well, I just say that the equipment that I got to replace, it's going to cost me money, but that's a real problem. There's equipment that they haven't replaced for a long time. And the fact that you are doing that, hallelujah, even better. And but because it's not because of the 4-day calendar. I'm just saying, in my experience, I've never been in a position where we had that blessing. It was always pretty much a wash, or close. But it's not big dollars unless they need a big item. And sometimes you need a big item. It costs you. You got to get that out somewhere.
Because you're basically putting the money back into the quality of the food. Is that right?
Yeah, and yes, and that is going to be the number one priority that we have. But the kitchen's got to run. We got to serve students regardless of 4-day or 5-day. So you know, either way, I got to have an operational facility to do that. And the state recognized, state will work 4 day, and both school districts, we provide free lunches for all families. Doesn't matter if you qualify or not. So that's just investment we make. So, any other questions?
I have a question. You've touched on like maintenance, cafeteria, and then we talk about the instruction week. So talk to me about your admin building that you have to get in those days. You do work through the summer. What does that calendar look like as far as your administration department? Are they open on the Fridays? Do they still operate like maintenance does? Or
Our school district is shut down on Friday, and other than support staff, it's bare minimum.
Okay.
So that's, and job-wise, that's not an issue. There's no administrator, admin level that doesn't put in the time above and beyond that's ever expected, the amount of games, the amount of stuff. And that was kind of communication, the way my board communicated with it is those people, it's about time they got, you know, the amount of time they put is never compared to the monetary value that we pay them. And it doesn't equate, so.
Well, this is one of the things I've noticed just a few years I've been on the board is it's just been, seeing it year after year, more difficult to, one, find teachers, retain teachers, and every year, it's just amazing to me. I mean, post-COVID, even through COVID, it was difficult, but it just seemed like it just got much harder. And so now we're faced with, you know, looking at things that we can do to make it more attractive, especially when we compete with other districts in this area that can pay more. So the 4-day has been, it's something we have to just look at. I mean, it's something that I think is picking up more steam, you know, around the state and elsewhere. And, I've seen it in the corporate side, you know, things are changing there as well, you know.
It has. It doesn't take a lot of research to when you look at that, the quality of your teaching staff equates to the quality of instruction that you have, and to the level that your students, the success level that they have, you know, they have in school, their achievement. And you got good teachers, you're going to get good results. They're worth their weight in gold. Take care of them, okay? And we all know that, and we're limited. Our hands are tied. We can only do so much. You got great leadership here. Y'all do everything you can to try to help your teachers. Sometimes the budget doesn't allow. You cannot compete with the Metroplex. You cannot compete. I mean, y'all may be able to. We can't compete with that salary. Those kind of salaries. We try. We do our best. We try to keep moving that forward as well. You can't compete with this because they can't do this. They can't. They won't, and you won't see it. You can't compete with this because that mental health for that teacher, and I've seen teachers that they were struggling with that suddenly started coming alive, and those are conversations they can have with my principals. And they go, they're able to breathe. Their head's now above water, and they're able to, now they also have support. Curriculum parts providing them support finally, and that's not a knock on, they just don't have time. And I gave them time, so they're better trained, and your students will benefit from that, and does not take a genius to figure that part out. But, you know, that's not a knock against you. Anyways, you understand.
Sure. Well, I got one question, and this is something that was brought up once before. Is so I guess now your Friday's your day that you're off, so I guess now your new Friday is Thursday. So have you seen an uptick in employees calling in on Thursday versus, you know, I mean, typically you'd see mostly Mondays would be days a lot of them would call in.
That's a lot of communication that our principals have with them is don't let, I kind of make some people upset, but it's reality. I said, don't make Thursday become the new Friday. We all kind of know what that means. But I said, it's all about quantity. You know, you got to make sure you stay with that. But at the same time, we really encourage them to utilize that Friday. And there's a lot of virtual health options for you that we can do that can save you a lot of money on the attendance thing, by the way. That's whether you're 4 or 5 day. But that clinic, offering that clinic, we have staff that go in there and do that. I did that multiple times this year. I didn't go to the doctor. I just went over to the nurse's office and called in and did that, or came up if I need to on Friday and went to that clinic. And, you know, it saves me time, saves me money, and it's super easy. I mean, it goes through our insurance, so I don't know if it saves me money.
Yeah.
But,
one of those things is like, when you look at, there is an increase in absences, and then you've got, subs, which it's really hard to find subs, and, so, I mean, I guess in y'all's scenario, you didn't really, and I don't know, I mean, you hadn't really seen an uptick, and, people taking more advantage of, hey, I already get Friday off now, I'm gonna call in.
We communicate the way that we're good at communicating that. I'll leave that there. And we do a good job communicating that and keeping those boundaries. It's a valid point, but we communicate that, and they honestly don't take advantage of that.
Sure.
So.
Have you seen where any students that took advantage of, that you got some, we do, they're gonna have a 3-day weekend probably. But now, do you see where they're gonna have a 4-day weekend?
I will never change that kid that takes advantage of the system. But there's less of a reason for them to do that, because I will tell you a quick funny story. We had a kid on Friday. We actually had one of those Fridays we've been doing Thursday. He took our calendar. We highlight things in green, real. So he highlighted that and showed his mom and said, "We don't have school. That's a holiday." And she called up and she goes, I drove by school and there's all these vehicles in there. And he goes, "Yeah, we're in school." And then she started looking at it and she goes, I looked at it close to my camera, and it turns out he had highlighted that thing. And he pulled a fast one on me. My son will be there in 10 minutes. And there's always that kid. And I can't get around that.
Paul, I think have you guys run attendance this year compared to last year?
Yeah, and it's I would say, well, yeah, I won't compare December. December was not good. The other months were good.
Sure.
We had December a bad month for us, but I contribute that a little more to other reasons, not necessarily this. I can't quantify that, but our attendance increases have been that's been a general focus that we've been doing. So
well, I'm gonna ask you one last question.
Be very careful, not giving it's 4-day calendar. So
right. I'm gonna ask you one last question in addition to my other last question. Okay, and that is this. The reason we're having this discussion is about recruitment and retention of staff. Period. Okay, and everything else revolves around that. We're talking about quality staff, quality school. But having said that, one of the things that I've tried to be very upfront about with our own staff here is I said, look, there's some unintended consequences as well. And you've kind of touched on some of those too, and said there are no good answers for some of those things. So if you would say, in your experience now, having done this in 2 districts, what would you say is probably the biggest downside of going to the 4-day instructional week?
That is a good question. Biggest downside to a 4-day is the biggest, I don't know, I know exactly what that answer is. The biggest downfall or biggest downside to going a 4-day week is going to a 4-day week. Meaning at the beginning, it's the transition. It's the discussions, the passions, the hateful talk at times, the vocal minority that loves to speak their mind, but it is a minority. And that's the most difficult part, because once you do it, the smiles on their faces, the smiles on your teachers, the smiles on your kids. If I have the power, I will not go back. That's a powerful statement in the amount of years I've done this. May not be to y'all, but to me, that's why I'm here tonight, honestly. If I wasn't that passionate about it, I mean, I still got to run. So, it's, I
did promise you some barbecue though, didn't I?
You did get barbecue. I appreciate you did do that. But anyways, it's the transition is the most difficult part. Everything else you can work through. You got HR people, you can figure out the hour stuff. You can figure out the budget thing, because if it's best for my students, when you do your research in big picture and you figure out in big picture this is what's best for, there's more positives than negatives, you'll look back and you'll say, hallelujah, glad we did it. But that's a decision y'all have to make. That's why you're in the places that you're, positions you're in. So, anyways.
Thank you.
You told me to be quick, and I was a lot longer, so I'm just kidding.
You're the one talking, man.
You're worth it,
It's
man.
an important subject.
Thank you much.
If y'all ever need anything, y'all know where to find me. I'm not too far down the road. I'm gonna head to the house.
I appreciate it.
Thank y'all very
Thank you,
much.
Paul. Okay. We're going to go to item number 8, presentation of student growth performance update. Dr. Morgan?
Hello, this should be very brief. We tested our first through 5th grade students in the MAP growth, reading and math, middle of year assessments in December before we left for break, so we have their data. Secondary grades are testing this week, so we'll have their data next month. So just some highlights you can see on the graph. The blue column on the left is beginning of year. The green column on the right is middle of year. So of course we want to see that green column higher than the blue, which we do in most grade levels. So a couple that we don't, we're of course paying attention to, looking at what may be going on there. Lots of factors can contribute to those discrepancies. The graph on the right, you see, the graph on the left, what you're seeing is the percentage of students scoring in the 40th percentile or above. And that's the closest equivalent we have in MAP to approaching grade level. So that would be fairly equivalent to approaching the passing standard on STAR. And then the graph on the right, you see the blue bar on the top is the grade average RIT score. And then the gray bar underneath it is the norm grade level RIT score. And so this helps us compare how our students are doing to the average of that grade. So again, we want to see the blue bar at least the same as the gray, if not ahead. So in each grade level, you can see we're just a smidge behind. In 5th grade, we're only 1 point behind. So that's pretty fantastic. Our student outcome goal for reading this year is for 40% of our students to meet grade level expectations, and 34% of our students seem to be on track right now in K through 5. Of course, we'll only see 3rd through 5 at the end of the year. And then if you want to scroll down to the second page, which is math, same graphs, different numbers. So we see 3rd grade, I just want to point out just really incredible growth and achievement, and they are at 61% approaching grade level, which is really fantastic. That was a group that was struggling last year. And our goal for reading is to have 36% of our students at meets grade level, and right now we're showing about 35%. So pretty close to our goal for reading this year. And then also 3rd grade, you can see the last line in that first paragraph, about 70% of our 3rd grade students met or exceeded their projected growth in math, which is what we want to see to accelerate that learning. That means they're catching up. Any questions?
Can we go back up to the other slide? So we want the blue line to be bigger.
On the first graph, we want the green line to be higher because that's our middle of year score. On the second graph, we want the blue line to be further than the gray because that's our average compared to the norm grade level average.
So the graph on the left, it's good, but the one on the right, not good.
Right. So we're inching closer, and that's what we want.
Thank you.
Or maybe centimeter closer. Any other questions?
Thank you. Go to item number 9, presentation of DIP second quarter review. Mr. Moore?
I'm not going to read through each one of these, just in the expedience of time. I just want to let you know that we met as a leadership team, and for us in the January review, the point is to be at least 50% where we should be at this point in time because we're just finished a half year of school. And the majority of our marks were at that 50% mark. Some of them were higher. Some of them we've already completed. Some of the measures that we look at may not have a score because they are a kind of an end game result? That did we accomplish what we said we were going to accomplish, or we didn't? So you can just kind of scroll down through here and see that the majority of these, we're at 50% of where we need to be halfway through the school year. Any questions?
Do not. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to item number 10, presentation of dual credit handbook.
One of the things that we did, we met with our curriculum team, and I thought there were some excellent points made in the last meeting we had about how to actually kind of rein in the program here and still provide our kids all the opportunities they need. So I think we're going to talk about that tonight.
Absolutely. So we just wanted to review some of the updates to the dual credit handbook that will go into effect for 2023-24. So just to start with the definition of dual credit from TEA, they reference the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. That dual credit is a system in which an eligible high school student enrolls in college courses and receives credit for the courses from both the college and the high school. Dual credit courses may be taught on the high school campus by an approved instructor or on the college campus. Dual credit courses include both academic and technical courses. So that's pretty straightforward. Go ahead. So these definitions are from the frequently asked questions about dual credit from TEA. So there are actually 4 different categories or 4 different programs in which students can earn college credit. In Venus, we offer the first 2, advanced placement and dual credit. And so advanced placement are high school courses that are taught at the college level and have to go through a rigorous approval process through College Board. And by taking an exam, students can earn potentially up to 5, or if they get a 5, they can earn hours of college credit, and that's all dependent upon the college. Dual credit is where a high school student is enrolled in a college course as a high school student, and it's paired to a high school course so that the student is receiving credit for both the high school course and the college course at the same time. So that's what we want to see in our dual credit courses, that the students are getting the dual credit and not needless credit or wasted credent. And we'll look at that again in just a second. So if you want to scroll down. Our districts, this is from the frequently asked questions. Just for your general knowledge, we are only required as a district to offer at least 12 semester of credit hours of college credit in high schools. So that's all we have to offer our students is access to at least 12 hours. And that can actually be done through the AP or the dual credit. And so students could currently students can earn up to 6 hours of AP. So we do kind of have to offer them at least 2 courses of dual credit. But that's just the minimum requirement by TEA. So updates to the dual credit handbook. On page 3, the list of course offerings that will be standard on our course selection sheet beginning next year. So our incoming 9th graders will see, well, they won't see anything because they don't have access to dual credit as freshmen, but when they get to their 11th grade, that's what they'll see. Our current 9th and 10th graders will see that list on their course selection sheet. We also changed some language to earning a C or lower on page 4. And that is just to help clarify what happens if a student earns a C or lower. So currently a student who earns a C or lower is automatically removed from dual credit. But we want to change that to offer students more support so that they have a conversation with a counselor to find out what happened, what supports they may need, and then they'll come to an agreement if the student can pursue dual credit again or not. And then the last change is dropping courses on page 4 also. And we really want to help prevent students from dropping courses because that does negatively affect them on their transcript. So this slide shows what the current course offerings are, what will be in effect in 2023-24, so next year. And all of the courses listed on here are true dual credit. So the students are earning a required high school credit and a required college credit. And so we talked last month about that idea of the Core 42, and we want to make sure that the courses that we're offering students are going to be useful to them in college. We do have a paragraph that you see in the handbook there. If a student is interested in taking an additional course beyond those that are listed there, that satisfy the Core 42 requirements, they will be considered on a case-by-case basis. So we do want students to be able to take dual credit courses that may be interesting to them if they're going to benefit them in their future college plans and help them meet that Core 42 requirement. We want to be able to accommodate them to do that. After the class of 2026 graduates, we will not pay for those classes. So you can see in the little thought bubble there, the students in the class of 2025 and 2026, so those are our current 9th and 10th graders, they were not given an opportunity to apply into a P-TECH. They were not told that there would be any restrictions or limitations on dual credit when they got to their junior year. And so we do want to keep that pathway for them so they can. But what we don't want to do is just provide them the smorgasbord of courses and say, here's a free-for-all, pick whatever you want, because that is not going to be beneficial to them.
So how many courses did we drop? How many did we have, or do we have now? And how many are we going to?
Do you know that off the top of your head?
I mean, I can see 8 here, but how many do we have now?
Right now, these are the ones that most students take. We had 2 students taking Texas government dual credit, which does go to Core 42, but that does not fulfill a high school requirement. So that was only 2. We also had 1 student right now in astronomy.
But do you know the number of classes that we offer right now for dual credit?
So that would be 2 more classes that we offer that aren't on this list. Economics is not on this list because that does not satisfy.
But is it like 12 classes now and we're going to 8, or is it 10 and we're going to 8?
No. We're talking about.
I don't think I'm asking my question right, maybe.
No, I think we understand it. And I'm sorry I didn't look at the current course selection guide for this year.
4 or 5 more. But some of those don't fulfill.
They don't fulfill the high school credit, but they do fulfill the
Right, like
Core
Texas
42.
Exactly. Or vice versa. Or like English for second semester does not go towards Core 42. But it does, but they do need all of English 4, I guess is my.
So a total of, you're talking about a total of 4 or 5 classes, courses, students.
Yes, 1, 2, and then only for a couple students, 3, maybe
classes or
4
3
for like
students?
2 or 3 students. I'm sorry?
3 classes or 3 students? She's asking, so in
No,
addition
like
to the
courses, like 2 more courses, but only like those, there's 3 or 4 kids that are taking those extra 3 courses.
So what we're seeing here is, yes, there. Yes. So moving forward with next year, we are going to remove about 4 courses from the course selection guide. However, currently there are literally only 4 or 5 students taking advantage of those courses. So by removing them from the course selection guide, we aren't really affecting any students. If there is a student who, let's say there's a sophomore who is planning on taking government and economics at the college level next year and they don't see it on their course selection guide, they're going to have a conversation with their counselor. What happened to this class? I thought I could take it because my friend, the one kid who's taking it this year, is taking it, so I thought I could take it next year. And through that discussion with the counselor, if the counselor decides, yes, this is a good move for this student, we'll go ahead and let him enroll in that class. Does that make sense?
But we don't pay for it.
For next year, we will, because.
But the following years, we wouldn't.
For then, yeah.
However, are we adding to the P-TECH a Core 42 option?
So for the P-TECH, the students are taking the courses that are required for that associate's degree. So the Core 42 does not apply. They are going to leave high school with an associate's degree. So, correct. So if a student going into 9th grade next year decides they don't want one of those course P-TECH pathways, but does want to one day pursue dual credit, they will have access to the dual credit. We're not keeping it from them. But what we are not doing is creating a generic associate's degree, because they're not as valuable as people might think they are. So that we want to avoid that. We don't want to create a situation where students can say, well, I'll just take these courses and end up with an associate's in nothing. Like,
So-
we don't want that to happen.
So basically, we don't want to set the students up to think that they've gotten something more valuable than what it is.
Exactly. So if we do have students going into 9th grade next year who know what the core 42 is, or their parents know and they help them understand that, and as they get to their junior and senior year, they do want to try to build that core, we want to help them with it. However, that will be on the student and the family to pay for that. They are still going to get a discounted rate as a high school dual credit student or dual enrollment student. So they'll still have access to reduced tuition. It's still saving them money in the long term.
I think what we talked about last month was we would like to see a core 42 option, not just the welding, IT.
Right. We don't have that
teacher
option.
education.
We don't have that option right now. We don't have a core 42 package for our students currently. So in trying to streamline
Right.
what we do have, we want it to make the most sense for the highest percentage of our
But what do we do
students.
for our students that don't want to go into IT, teaching, or welding? How are we helping them? How many of our students are wanting those three options?
So right now,
Like, what percentage is that?
we don't have a current poll, so our 8th grade students are going to have their high school orientation, welcome to high school night next week, and then we'll begin having conversations with them. So we'll get an initial number. And I lost track of the question there. I'm sorry.
Well, why can't we offer the core 42 in our P-TECH? I know this isn't a P-TECH conversation, but why couldn't we offer? It's still through the dual. I mean, it's still a dual credit class, or a. Why can't we have that as an option?
I'll ask another question right along with that too. But when these kids have to come into it, you have to pick a pathway.
Yes.
So they're only getting to choose 3 pathways.
For that first year, yes,
Right,
there will be
but-
3 pathways. The goal, the intent is to add new pathways almost every single year as we are able to, so that we have a wide variety of those programs for students to enroll in. But we have to start somewhere, and we have to start smaller than we would like. We would love to have every CTE strand as one of our P-TECH pathways next year, but we don't have the capacity to do so next year.
But if I'm not P-TECH and I'm not choosing one of those strands, I can take one of these classes.
Absolutely. So students moving into high school next
Take all
year.
of these classes.
Yes, students moving into high school next year through their 4 years still have access to dual credit, still have opportunity to complete that core 42 if they want to. They will have access to more AP classes than they've ever had before, which will also help them not only potentially get college credit, but also prepare them for the rigorous coursework when they get to college after high school. Our CTE programs are still in existence, and still we're making them better every year, so they'll still be working on their industry-based certifications. So the intent is not to take anything away, any opportunities away from students. It really is to provide more. This is one area though where we do need to streamline it.
Are these the only classes that are dual credit that are offered? I like. What am I trying to ask? So if I was to look at the Hill College course, these are the only classes that would align as a dual credit high school class.
No, ma'am.
There's how many of those are there?
I don't know the Hill College dual credit course offerings.
Determine college credit. Hill College only determines college credit. So
No,
you
I
would
mean
look
high
at their
school credit.
courses, that's where you would look at the high school and determine it. What you're looking at right now is you are looking at 2 different programs. Right now you're looking at a dual credit, which is what Anne-Marie talked about. Dual credit in its true sense is not what Venus ISD is doing. Venus ISD dual credit is 1 for 1. They're taking an English 3 and they're taking composition 1 and they're getting a dual credit class. Right now you have students that are taking Texas government, which is not a high school graduation requirement.
I don't
And
think I
so-
asked my question
I know,
right.
but that's some of the things that have been taken away. We keep saying taken away, but that's not what's happening.
We're trying to streamline a process for your students that makes them more successful when they do get to college.
So what classes, so we're removing 4 or 5 from the list. What classes are available at Hill, because that's who we use for dual credit, that can also slide in as a dual credit class?
There's a couple, for instance, sorry, I'm not.
No, you're fine. I was gonna,
Like,
go ahead.
like for instance, just music appreciation, there is a music appreciation dual credit. You can use that as your fine art credit. However, a lot of kids take art in junior high, or they're in band, or they're in something else. So really, it's just an additional credit. It's like they don't need that specific class for high school graduation.
So
It
isn't
counts
that
towards
where,
elective.
but that's where our counselors, you being one of them, would sit and help that kid whenever they say, oh, I want to take that, and you say, hold on, wait a minute. You don't need that for high school, so you're not eligible for that. But here's some other offerings that do dual credit.
If it's
Yeah, 'cause that would be-
42, we can still offer, we just have to know how many kids also, because we have to call Hill College or put in a whole like course request so that they know how many of our kids are taking that, so we just need to know that.
I
too.
guess-
These classes though, the nice thing about these classes is this is gonna help any kid in any major, in any school. They're all gonna, this is what any, no matter what, they wanna be a banker, they wanna be a lawyer, they wanna be a
Liz, can you
doctor,
scroll
they
down?
wanna be a teacher, they wanna be a veterinarian, they're gonna have to take those classes, so they will be what they need.
Let me touch on a couple of more pieces, and hopefully a couple more slides might answer some questions. So one area that we definitely want to look at in streamlining the course offerings is what is good for our students. And one thing that is good for our students is to have face-to-face instructors. We learned that, unfortunately, the hard way through the COVID shutdown and then through our experiment with online school, that students did not do well in online courses. And so on here you can see, this is just from fall 2022. We didn't go back any further than that. But currently, students who are taking our in-person instructor dual credit courses have a much higher passing rate than the students who are in online courses. So the students who are earning, the blue column you can see are those students who have an in-person instructor. So they see their college professor in person, I think it's 2 days a week. The other students, the students in red, those courses, they do not see their instructor. They do not have an instructor here that is a Venus ISD employee. So they are facilitated by a dual or an online course, and then a teacher who's trying to manage all of the students who are taking those online courses at the high school. So you can see the students in red, those who passed first semester, the students who had the in-person instructor did much better. We have more students who are earning a C with online courses, more students failing with online courses. If you can scroll down one more slide. So what we are trying to do by streamlining course offerings, it's not, again, to take things away from students. If we can focus in on those courses that we had on the list, that you saw, we will be able to increase the likelihood that we can provide students with an in-person instructor, whether it's a Hill College instructor or a Venus ISD teacher who qualifies to be that professor, the college instructor. So by limiting it or reducing it to those core classes, we're much more likely to have an in-person situation happen, which is better for our students. We will also be able to increase the campus capacity to offer student support systems. If we do have a section end up as an online course, it will be much easier to pair that group of students with a high school teacher who is either a content expert or who has been trained in helping them manage the online courses, because it'll be more controlled what courses they're taking. And of course, we want to increase their passing rates, which will be more likely if they have those in-person instructors and more support. HB 1638, which was published a few years ago or passed a few years ago, this is goal number 2 for the dual credit program across the state, which is to assist high school students in the successful transition to and acceleration through post-secondary education. So by helping students stay focused on the courses that no matter what school they go to, these are the courses that are going to help you. They are going to fit in any degree plan. We are helping them be able to accelerate their post-secondary options. What we don't want to do is have a student graduate from high school with a certain number of college credit and then go to enroll in college only to have their college academic advisor say, these courses mean nothing. These do not help you in the degree you want to go to. You have essentially wasted your time. And what if they got B's or C's or F's in those courses? And so now that's on their college transcript, which is bringing down their college GPA. It's hurting their college enrollment chances, all for courses they didn't need to take. Like, we want to avoid that scenario by any means necessary. And then finally, we want to provide students choices in what advanced courses they pursue. So whether it's advanced placement, we want to bring back honors courses at the junior and senior level where when there doesn't need to be a dual credit or we don't have an opportunity for advanced placement, for example, pre-calculus, we want to make sure we have an honors option so that our advanced students have choices. So these are hopefully the benefits that will exist by streamlining those choices. So
one of the things I want to touch on too, and we brought this up when we looked at the TAPR about how one of the areas we need to touch on is get our kids at the top academically, that master's level. 5 years ago, there was not a single advanced placement course in this high school, which is abysmal for a 4A high school, and that should never take place. We're building a program in advanced placement, increasing honors courses, and then streamlining dual credit. We want to make sure that our kids are going to be successful at the top level.
Can I ask a question? I have two,
Yes, ma'am.
actually. So when you talk about the honors classes, is that on a 4.0 GPA or is that on a 5.0 where the AP and the dual credits are?
So we will have that, the weighted GPA scale next month to look at.
Okay, so we don't know what
So-
that's going to look like yet?
Correct.
Okay, and then I heard her say something that is intriguing because she said something about music appreciation could be a dual credit, but it would just be counted as an elective for high school. I know right now we struggle with electives for the high school because we're just sticking kids in like the business classes because it's the only option available. So how are we going to care for if we're not offering that or if we don't have that elective? What other electives are we going to have so that we're not putting them in our CTE classes when they don't really need to be, but it's the only place they can fit?
That is a great question. And so what we want to do is increase the elective options for students that they want to take so that there aren't a lot of high school students who want to take music appreciation, especially at the college level. I'll just be very honest. So if we can offer them another fine art, another...
Yeah, there's two right now. No, I lie. I think there's three in music appreciation. So it's not like we're not stuffing kids in there. Do we need electives? Oh my gosh. Yes, please. We need electives.
But dual credit is not your way to go to put kids into electives because you're not looking at your kids that need electives are not dual credit kids. It's your general population of students. And so then if you're saying, well, can we make those elective classes dual credit classes? Well, then you're looking at can the kids BTSI complete to take that dual credit class? Do we have the capacity? And Mr. Camacho can speak on that because that was one of his concerns in the meeting. Is we don't have the high school does not have the capacity to put students into online dual credit courses and be able to have them be successful. Because right now you're talking about, I mean, you can speak on that behalf. It's about where all of those online kids are going.
Right. They're right now they're going to C8 and some of them are sitting in there for hours a day.
They're going where? I'm sorry.
To C8 to a room.
Just they just sit in the room?
To work on their dual credit.
So we have the students who are taking the dual credit courses online. Like I said, they don't have an in-person instructor. So they're scheduled in their daily schedule into however many periods they need to accommodate their online coursework. And so they do go to one classroom where we do have a teacher facilitator, but he has so many students in there taking different things that it is hard for him to help facilitate what they're doing and to progress monitor them and support them.
So I do have a question. So on, I know the dual credit and all of that, these do not transfer, they only transfer in-state correct? These credits do not transfer to anybody outside.
So
of state.
college credits will transfer if they're accredited, which Hill College is, and it to what colleges will accept it will just depend on that college. So if we have a student who wants to go to Notre Dame or Northwestern or Harvard or Louisiana State, that college, just like Texas Tech or UT, is going to look at their transcript and look at their Hill College transcript and make decisions based on what courses they are.
Conversations, by the time that they're ready to take dual credit classes, they should kind of know that. Are they wanting to go to an out-of-state school? Are they looking at an out-of-state school? If so, we would encourage them as the counselors would encourage them to look at those schools and make sure that, because obviously you don't want them to take pre-calculus dual credit and Venus paid for it, and then they do go to Notre Dame as an example, and Notre Dame doesn't take that pre-calculus class. So that's where we would encourage the students to look at that. It's all online. It's all published online. Contact an academic advisor. It's all part of that advising and making it a better student experience for our students. And right now, the counselors are doing a phenomenal job, but there's just so much breadth that they can't keep up. When you have 2 counselors, they can't keep up with all of that. And so again, by streamlining it and I don't know what the word is. It's just making it easier for your counselors to truly advise the students the way that they should be advised.
And the classes that we had put on there too, those are more universal classes too, like throughout the United States, throughout colleges, everywhere. So those are, they're very standard classes throughout everybody. So you have a much higher likelihood of those transferring to wherever the student would want to go.
And I know this is, again, not P-TECH, but with us shifting to a 4-day instruction week, does that impact P-TECH or CT or anything like that as far as instruction minutes or days?
Or on a 4-day instructional week.
Right.
And so college courses don't apply by minutes. So all of your college courses are already on it. Hill College teaches as a 4-day instructional week. They do not hold classes on Fridays, with the exception of some technical programs. But again, that's a case-by-case scenario, kind of like with athletics.
Yeah.
You're going to sign up for welding and you have class on Friday, or you're going to do football, you come to practice on Friday. But generally speaking, they're on a 4-day instructional week, so it actually works better.
And also,
And we
had
have
in-house instructors also, like if we had our own Venus high school teachers teaching these classes, then the 4-day work week is kind of a moot point, because they would, like if it's a 3-hour class, they would still be here 4 days. And the nice thing about having a VHS teacher teaching the classes too is then on those off days that classes aren't meeting, so like right now our dual credit, Dr. Davis comes in like Monday, Wednesday, I think she comes in Friday now too. I think those off days, then the kids are going to C8 and they don't have that instructional help. Whereas the teachers that are there every day, even on those off days, while students are working on assignments or whatever, the teacher is still there to ask questions, to clarify instructions, to whatever it is that they need, they're there. So it's really beneficial for them to have access to a teacher every single day that is their teacher, not just necessarily a facilitator, but is their teacher. I know it really does benefit them, and those are the classes that are most likely to have a master's degree.
And to answer the question about CTE, that is something we did do, is go ahead and count that to make sure that we were receiving all the time for CTE we needed as well.
Are there any other questions that I can answer for you? Or can look up and answer for? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to skip a few here and come back. We'll come back to number 11, but I want to go to item number 15, presentation by Hankins, Eastup, Deaton, Ton, and Say. I don't know if I said that right. And consider approval of financial audit. Come on in, sir. Mr. Deaton.
Is that it? Okay. Okay, hopefully you got an electronic copy if you were interested in looking at it ahead of time, but I do want to go over the highlights with you and see if you have any questions. Basically, begins with the independent auditor's report at page 5, which basically reminds you that these are your financial statements. They're not mine. We've simply been engaged as auditors to come in, look at your controls, look at the detail behind the numbers, perform other audit procedures, and express an opinion that these statements do present fairly the financial position, the results of operations of the district for this last fiscal year. And that's basically what that letter says. So if you turn to page 21, there are a couple funds in the district that are large enough dollar-wise that they're called major funds, the general fund and the debt service fund, and you see the results of operations of those two funds on page 21. The general fund by far is the biggest. Anything that's not required to be accounted for in another fund goes through the general fund. Bottom line, if you follow that column down to the bottom, fund balance increased $2.7 million this last year from $9.4 million up to $12.2 million. However, if you turn back to page 19, where the asset and liability side of the general fund is shown, that 12.2 at the bottom is broken down into a few numbers. That other assigned fund balance of $1.1 million basically is the leftover or the unspent roof insurance proceeds that came in last year. So out of that 2.7 that the fund balance went up, 1.1 of it is roof money you got in last year that you're spending this year that it carried forward. So you factor out that 1.1, you really had about a $1.6 million increase in your fund balance. And even after you factor that out, on page 19, that unassigned fund balance of $10.9 million, that's 5.5 months worth of spending. So you're well over the 3 months worth of spending reserve that I would always stand up here and preach to you that you need to have on hand as a minimum. All right, so back on page 21, the other major fund is the debt service fund. Of course, the debt service fund collects the interest sinking portion of your property taxes, makes the principal and interest payments on your bonded debt, and you see an increase of $500,000 in its fund balance up to $1.3 million. Your debt service payments were about 2.4 last year, as you can see in that column. So 1.3 is a little over 6 months worth of reserve you have in that fund as well, which just gives you flexibility as far as your tax rate or making prepayments, kicking money in if a bond refunding becomes advantageous, whatever. All right, and then all of the other funds of the district are summarized in that other funds column, but if you go back to page 72, you'll see 3 pages of about 15 or 16 more funds. These funds are all what are called special revenue funds. They basically are dollars that you might think of that the minute they came in the door, they were already earmarked for a particular purpose, which is why they're not running through the general fund, which is why you don't have to budget for them, because they've got specific purposes that have to be spent for or spent on. Most of them are federal or state monies that have compliance requirements to go with them too. On page 72, you will see the other fund that you are required to budget, though, food service. It's in a special revenue fund because of the federal reimbursements that are received. Food service, Tina always does a great job here, in my opinion. She normally makes a profit, but she made a really large profit this last year, like most other school districts in the state, because the federal reimbursements were just really high last year, still related to COVID. And so you see in that column 240, there was a $450,000 profit generated in food service this last year. It increased the fund balance to $704,000. The good news and the bad news of that is too much fund balance that you're allowed to have in that fund. You're only allowed to have 3 months worth of spending. That fund spent $1.6 million this last year. 3 months would be about $400,000. So that fund is about $300,000 high in fund balance. What that requires Tina to do is submit a plan to the state about how that excess fund balance is going to be spent down. And so while you got to go to the pain of submitting a plan, it's good news in that there's $300,000 that's there to be spent on whether it's equipment or whatever other needs you have in that program that the monies might not necessarily have been there or been able to be worked into a normal budget. So I know Tina takes those requirements seriously, and she's working on her plan if she's not already submitted it. The rest of page 73 and 74 are the other special revenue funds. The COVID-related dollars are the funds 281, 282, and 288. They're on page 73. The ESSER funds you're familiar with, the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3. There was also an emergency connectivity fund grant this last year that basically is COVID-related money that went to pay for technology needs of the district, $362,000. So those continue on 74 and on to 75. Page 79, we're always required to put the property tax schedule in this audit, basically a summary of the dollars that came into last year owed to the district, or what you levied, what you collected, and the dollars owed at the end of the year. You see the balance from beginning to the end of the year did not go up that much, $663,000 compared to $734 at the end of the year. And again, that's cumulatively going back to day one, $734,000 of delinquent taxes. You know, most of those are real property taxes. They're going to eventually be collected, you know, when the property changes hands. So those will stay on the books until they are collected. All right, and then while we're in the back, I'm beginning on page 83 is the single audit section, or the federal award section of the audit. Because the district receives more than $750,000 of federal funds, we're required to perform additional audit procedures on some of the federal program awards that are received. So there are 2 additional auditor's report letters that basically, between the 2 of them, say that we ran across no issues as far as compliance, laws, rules, regulations that were not adhered to, problems with internal controls, material weaknesses there, and so on. And it leads, after the letters, it leads up to page 89 that discloses it was the ESSER funds and the emergency connectivity fund grant that we looked at the compliance requirements this last year. You know, in the past, it's always been food service we've looked at because that's been the only large federal program in past years. Didn't have to look at it this year because of these other programs that were large and that we were required to look at. But we found no problems in those areas. And all of that leads up to page 91 and 92, which will detail for you all of the federal programs that you received and spent dollars under this last year. And the total on page 92 is over $5.5 million. So while there's a lot of compliance headaches that come with receiving this money, it's well worth it when you can get those kind of dollars in order to help pay for some of the needs of the district. And some of these you've always received in the past, the title programs, the IDB special ed programs, but again, the new COVID-related programs. And at the bottom of page 91, those are COVID dollars too, the child care relief funds that were received. And some of that will continue to be received this year as well. Those are pandemic era dollars as well. All right, and then I always want to point out and compliment you in the middle of the report, there's about 30 pages of footnote detail, but what I think is really of interest is to look on page 39 and 40. The fact that, you as individuals have not been on the board forever, but as a district for a long time, you've paid for a lot of capital assets in this district without borrowing money to do it. And that's what pages 39 and 40 kind of reflect. Page 39 are all of the capital assets that the district owns, the historical cost of its land, buildings, furniture, vehicles, all of that sort of stuff, and the depreciation we're taking on those. You see a net of $49 million. And if you turn to the page, turn the page to the long-term debt, that smaller table at the bottom of page 40, you've only got $34 million of long-term debt as a district. There are a lot of districts that are upside down in that comparison, but y'all are to the good on that, to a good bit, 49 million versus 34 million. And where that benefits you is all of those numbers play into this consolidated financial statement back on page 17 toward the front. Page 17 is a required statement in this audit report. This is a consolidated asset and liability statement for the district that combines all of those funds we just looked at, as well as the capital assets, the long-term debt. And if you see the bottom line's a positive $20 million. I've got districts that have a negative bottom line, and a lot of it goes back to their borrowing and the way that they handle their funds as well. That $20 million bottom line is being weighed down, as you're well aware, by a bunch of TRS liabilities that are in this report of about $12 million. And so the bottom line really is more positive than that. The only reason that next to the last number, unrestricted, is negative is because of the TRS liabilities, and the state recognizes that fact. But overall, y'all seem to be in really good financial position as a district on this statement, but also when you get to the fact that you have 5.5 months worth of general fund reserve. You had more than that a couple years ago, and you used part of that to buy land that was needed. That's one reason for building up the fund balance, is because things like large land purchases, you can't necessarily work into your annual budget, so you use funds that have accumulated in the fund balance reserve to do one-time needs like that. So, I have to commend you that you as a district seem to have, for many years, acted responsibly as far as building up fund balance and knowing what it's there for and, using it wisely. So that's kind of what I wanted to cover. I enjoy working with the district. I thought it was a good-looking report, but I heard that just pretty immediately after I came down and went over the report with Megan last Tuesday, she went into labor. So I don't know whether she had problems with the report, but I left her about 8:30, 8:45 last Tuesday morning, and I think she probably immediately. 9:15. Okay. Well, I'm glad I got down here when I did to go over it with her. Yeah. All right. Did I say anything, or did you see anything you got a question about? Could try to answer for you.
No, I think I'm very pleased with it.
All right. Then I'll just wait to get that signed certificate of board, and we'll submit it to the state.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you all.
I'll make
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve the annual financial audit.
Okay, I got a motion by Amber. I got a second by Kirby. All in favor? Motion passes. All right. Okay, we're gonna go back to item number 11. Discussion concerning future purchase of activity trip buses. And you're up.
Hey, good evening. So since September of this school year, we have transported our Bulldog students more than 8,000 extracurricular miles. And while some of them are less than 20 miles, by far the majority have our students traveling an hour or more each time that they are in a bus. Of those 8,000 miles, about 75 of the trips that made up them were of our athletes, and as you know, they travel many, many miles. In December, we had a trip that traveled to Missouri, and they spent 9 hours or more each direction on that bus. So we're in a really good position, probably the best position bus-wise that we have been in with the buses that we have purchased. So it's time to look at adding some activity buses, which would benefit our students in that the space, the leg room. I went out and sat in one of our buses today and and actually measured. It's 24 inches from hip to knee, and at 5'7", my knees touch the back of the seat. So if you are riding, an hour or more every time that you get in the bus, and especially our athletes or our high school students, it's not particularly comfortable. So this would allow additional space for those students, and it would also reduce the travel time. The trip to Missouri, and I know that that's not the majority of our trips that we take, but that trip would have been reduced by probably 3.5 to 4 hours that our kids spent in the bus. We sent our band students in the past calendar year to Florida. We have cheerleaders that are looking to go, that we're going to be renting some sort of transportation to get them there. And that would be avoided if we look at the activity buses. And the cost-wise, the difference is about $20,000 above what we would pay for a regular yellow bus, not counting the wrap that would be on it, which of course would represent us and our Bulldog everywhere that we go, show our school spirit, and just be a traveling advertisement for who we are and what we do.
So for I know my son was one of the ones who went to Florida with the band, and they had a big, huge charter bus.
Right.
But this bus would take the place of a big charter bus, and who would drive it? Because I think the person drove it for a lot of hours straight. Yeah. So would our bus drivers be driving that?
So we have not put into place a plan. Personally, I've thought about that and whether we would have just, assigned coaches to it, or if we would have a rotating group of drivers that would be assigned to those particular buses and most familiar with them. We are not looking at a coach-style bus. It will still be the same conventional. It will look just like our buses that we currently have on the outside, which would benefit us in other ways in that, we have parts, we have familiarity. So it's going to be like the same bus that we have, but it will come to us white on the outside, and then we would choose the wrap that would go onto it that would have a Bulldog for us on it, that we would choose what that would look like. And but the advantage to us is that it would have the same specs safety-wise. It has to meet the same safety criteria that the school buses have. So while it would increase comfort for our students and where they go, it would maintain that same level of safety. Now, whether we would choose to do something different if we went that far, that might be a decision that we would make, but there's no reason that we could not transport our students, and a lot of districts do.
So to answer the question, then any of our drivers would be able to drive this
Correct.
bus?
Correct. It's just like it.
The difference then, if the outside is the same as far as just the structure of the bus, the difference is the seating, correct?
Right.
Okay.
So if you haven't been on, I had to go. They sent us some pictures, but this is the current picture, if you can see, of what it looks like. I'll bring both of them.
While you're doing that, will you talk about the drive time that would have taken? Yeah, does it
Right.
go?
So any yellow bus that has the lights on it that would
Just hand them to them if you would, please.
Yeah, pass it around. That would transport students to and from home has to, or is limited on the speed that it can travel. We have our buses DOT inspected, which allows us to travel at a greater speed than a regular yellow bus that doesn't have a DOT inspection, but still we can only go 60 miles per hour, we would be able to, in an activity bus, travel at the posted speed limit for a bus.
So does this also go into play like on those Friday night games where they're an hour and a half away that
Right.
they would also be able to get home?
Yeah, that is traveling at 70 or 75. Yeah, they would. Right. Right.
In that seat would be a little bit better than what, on those longer trips.
On the longer trips, for sure. So, the shorter the trip, the less time that speed-wise it's going to make a difference, but comfort-wise, it definitely is. So if you look at that seat, they're 36 inches wide, and the seat belts are just not as comfortable if you're closer to adult size than it is for the littles. It has 3 seat belts in there, so you've got an extra seat belt that somebody's leaning against or that is split. So this is an example of what the seats would look like. They're not exactly a coach seat, but they're more coach-like, and they're a lot more comfortable. They do not recline. That wouldn't meet. Right? I think they appear that they lean just a little bit back, but no, they're not adjustable because of the requirements it's still on a school bus chassis and having to meet those safety requirements.
This bus could be used as a route bus if needed.
It could not be used as a route bus. It cannot be to and from home because it does not have the alternating reds and ambers. However, right now we are running 28 routes in big buses, and I have another bus ready on standby that we can put in as we increase the number of students. And we have 4 that are just trip buses. Of those 4 that are just trip buses, 2 of them were delivered in last school year and have only about 3,000 miles. The other 2 have about 10,000. So we could rotate those in, and those can be our backup buses. But an activity bus cannot be to and from home because it does not have the safety equipment.
Don't we have additional buses coming too? Didn't we approve that?
We've already gotten those. We've already gotten those. So the previous field trip buses that we had to use for route buses are now back to field trip, and we're putting those, the new ones in as route buses. Right. And here are a couple of pictures from the fine folks over at Cedar Hill. Because this is what we're looking at as the conventional, we're not getting the flat-nosed one. If you want to pass it, that's just an idea of what a graphic might look like.
So you said that,
So this is advertised as a 78 passenger bus, but it's not actually,
Correct, it's gonna be a 42.
but it's the same chassis.
Correct. It is. Underneath, it doesn't have quite as much undercarriage storage as one of the coaches that sits up a little higher, but it does have a channel that goes all the way across, and there's also racks on the inside where, bags and luggage could go.
so you were saying that, you're looking to try to get one of these before or 2 of these before the girls go to Florida next month?
No, it's 365 days. So when we place our order, it will be a full year. The quote that is in your packet shows that it will be a year model 2025 when we get it there that far out.
So what we're looking at, we would get the price that we're talking about now.
Correct.
If that's what the board decided to do, but we wouldn't get these buses until a year from now.
A full year,
Yeah.
correct. So it would not be in this budget. It would be in a coming budget.
You had mentioned that they could go 70 to 75 miles per hour. Do we have like a policy that we say for safety, we don't exceed X miles per hour?
It has not come into play because we have, it's mandated by the state. Yeah, we don't. So it's 60 because of the DOT inspection on our school buses. Yeah.
And having been a coach in my previous life, and fortunately, we don't have to drive the same mileage that I did out in West Texas, but as far as student athlete support and performance, makes a huge difference. And the other piece of that is, since I've been here, I've heard, well, we don't have any school spirit. We don't have any school spirit. We don't have any school spirit. If you look around our area, and not everyone does, but we've got a ton of schools. When you look at the basketball tournaments, you look at track meets, even football Friday night, they pull up in those custom wrapped, and so you know they're what? I can drive any bus.
I said you can wrap any bus. Like any bus can be wrapped though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that kind of fails the point in the fact that an activity bus can drive faster, and it's more comfortable on athletes, students, whomever, and it's just an all around good bang for your buck.
Translates into what it means.
The faster scares me.
Right.
Yeah.
Whether you're going 10 miles an hour, 15, you ain't saving no time. So that deal's irrelevant about the faster. I mean, that's really a
If you're going to Missouri, or if you're going, and I know that that's not the majority of our trips, but if you are going a long distance, it does add up.
But we ain't gonna take a whole lot of them.
Probably not, but
I mean, basketball, when I was he's sitting at a position, band traveled, where'd we go? 2.5 hours, Liberty Hill.
to Liberty Hill, right.
And they've done
Absolutely.
that every year, so at least once or twice a year, our kids typically
Once or twice a year.
travel long distances.
A route bus has to be traditional, yellow, school bus yellow.
It does.
Yeah.
And
So you cannot wrap that.
There's a certain amount, you can put some graphics on it, like Alvarado, for instance, they have a spear that's across there. So there is a small amount that you can, but no, you can't. And, I'll tell you, the other day I came through and, Duncanville is huge, but they had their wrap bus in the front and they had about 8 or 9 buses in the middle and their wrap bus on the back. And it's a presentation. It truly is. I mean, for me to remember this months ago, I mean, it's been this school year, but it hasn't been recent. And, it makes an impression.
They got big butts though.
I'm sorry?
They got big butts.
Have we looked
They got
at
lots of
renovating one of ours?
No, we're pretty much using our buses. So the buses that we already have for trip-wise, it would mean that it could not be a bus that could go into service as a route bus. And having the buses that we have currently are what put us in the position to be able to move toward an activity bus. We've not been in this shape bus-wise with the grants that we received in years past before I was here. And we received 2 buses last year, and the 3 ESSER that we got, it's put us to where we're finally able to. Of our 28 routes that we're driving, 23 of those buses are 2017 or newer. So it's...
Well, if we're pretty much using all of ours, looks like we might ought to be a little more interested in getting more that we can use on a bus route.
Well, we have 4 that are currently on trip, so those would be able to move into. If we have, we could move 2 of those over when we receive the other 2 activity if we went in that direction and approved it. But it truly does make a difference. I would invite anyone that wants to come and sit. A lot of our students are close to our size now. So, sitting in those seats and with your knees touching, even if you don't, travel that far, it's not very comfortable. And it still keeps our kids safe. And I hear you with the concern about the speed, but if they are going to go faster, being in a bus that still meets that stringent safety criteria is where I would want my child to be.
So you're gonna get us quotes on what it's gonna cost to do all that, and you're gonna bring it back to us next month?
You actually have it.
Oh.
It's 440, no, $144. $20,000 more than a conventional
Right.
bus. And you're losing,
Me off when you said that.
you're losing 20 seats, 18 seats.
Though
And
realistically, you
cannot
wouldn't be
use it
using
for
those.
a route bus. So
Right.
it's a
I mean, but we carry that many kids when we go to football and basketball and
Right.
I mean, so we don't carry more than
At
that.
77, our kids that are going to, you know, and that level of extracurricular for our athletes, they're not sitting three to a seat. That's our littles at the primary campus. So saying that it's a 77 passenger is not realistic. There's not really, capacity-wise, there's not going to be a change there.
So you get a little bit more leg room.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my kid's 6'4", so.
And there's a USB port for each seat.
They don't.
How else
Is
are
it
they
now?
going to be able to get a hold of you?
Thank,
He does
Oh.
call me. Mom, can you bring me some food?
okay, well,
I
go ahead.
turn that on, but it's a waste of time. We're looking at $250,000 basically. Just thinking about this, cause you get excited, you look at this, that's pretty cool, but, we'll probably be able to use 4 teachers next year too. Same price. I just want everybody to think, you know, this is cool. Are we ready for cool, or are we ready to, you know, talk about this education we keep talking about?
No, and that's extremely valid point. I mean, it's,
For us, that's a lot of money for something to do a lot of sitting.
You're not
Well-
wrong there. However, they're going to be doing that one way or another, and we would be having additional buses that will move into our program. It's whether we choose to do it as a wrapped bus that will, you know, meet the needs, and it's not just our athletes, it's anybody that goes on extracurricular trips away from campus would have the ability to use it. So, you know, we're going to have to spend that money on buses because we continue to go. It's whether we need the buses to be able to double as a route bus or to be a backup for a route bus. And we're in a position right now that we don't need that. We could put two buses aside to just be our extracurricular that we don't need as a backup. And that's why it makes sense.
So you're saying that we have 4 buses now that we are using for like activities.
Correct.
And so we get these 2 buses, we're putting 4 of them back into our fleet. That's what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
So how come we couldn't get it with the red lights and all that? Well, we could use it on a route.
The state has particular laws about what can be on a bus that is used to and from. It has to be a yellow, a national yellow, and it has to do with the safety for picking up and dropping off students on a home-to-school route.
Well, this is a really nice bus. Why would it not meet the criteria for that?
It does not have the red lights alternating, and it does
That's what
not.
I'm saying.
yeah,
Why
right.
couldn't we have that put on it?
Because you could not, you would have to have it national yellow, so it has to make it a yellow school bus.
So we couldn't wrap it.
Right, you could not.
It could be a yellow school bus with the same seats.
And then we can use it
The
dual
more legroom seats as the bus that she's talking about.
But I'm just saying, we could keep it yellow and still go to any trip we wanted to go on.
That defeats the purpose of the school spirit and the route, I think, is what we're trying to get at, right?
Well, I'm kinda like Greg. We gotta figure out, you know, whether we're on the education end or.
well, that's the debate we can
That's
have.
easy.
And we start
It's-
talking.
There are
I mean, is there-
different education in different directions.
Is there, I mean, this is coming out of a different fund than what 199
It's
would,
coming
right?
out of your pocket, is where it's coming.
No, it is. It's 199, but it's just budgeted for transportation. Yes, ma'am.
We typically budget 250,000 each year for buses. But historically, that's
Well,
what we've been.
he just said we budget 250,000, correct? And then,
Correct.
and we typically buy 2 buses on average per year.
So what about the money we didn't use this year that we used
so-
for ESSER? What did we do with that budgeted money?
We have not yet spent, we're looking at transportation wise.
So could we use that money that we did not spend because we used ESSER money for this?
That money would be put back in a fund balance because we didn't spend it.
But then
Correct.
could we earmark it for
That's what we're
this
saying.
since we didn't?
Yeah.
Yes.
So we, okay,
Yes.
that makes sense.
There's an offset.
We basically have the money that we didn't spend because we used
ESSER
ESSER,
money.
we didn't use
Yes,
the money we
ma'am.
budgeted for.
So,
Correct.
is there additional, because tonight it's on there just as a discussion item, because it's a big, it's a big ticket item. So is there any additional information that we can get you, that Melanie can get you for next time? Well,
I
if you,
guess-
if you think of something.
Well, no, like I said, we've got the price, 144 for 2 buses. Of that 144, how much of the ESSER funds would you probably allocate to, all of it or none of it, or? None of it, okay, so it wouldn't be
So-
in the ESSER fund, okay. So
Yep.
none of the, no grant money would be applied to either purchase of the, okay, this,
The ESSER justification for buying those 3 buses was still because we're still in that COVID area.
right.
And so we're able to space kids out on a daily basis for pickup and drop off.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, so,
The basic,
yeah.
question is, we are in a program that we are basically getting 2 new buses a year to keep our fleet. So we probably need to continue that, 2 new buses a year. Do you want, 2 buses that can be used on a route? Or do you want 2 buses that are strictly trip buses? That's the only question.
I think my
Right.
question
At a
is, are we doing
cost
it for
of-
school spirit, or are we doing it so they have more leg room?
Yes.
It's a combination of all of it. And we have bought buses that are just for trip buses, so it would, essentially, it would not be different.
Yeah, so I get we're just, and as long as, like I said, one of the big things is, continue that rotation where we're buying 2
Right.
buses. Because I remember a time when we were not buying buses and keeping up with replenishing our fleet. We had an aging fleet at one
And
time.
if you don't do,
And you don't
do
do it.
that, then you get
But-
behind.
Yeah, so we're not necessarily putting our fleet behind by doing 2 activity buses,
We are
because
not.
we're really kind of just, we're taking 2 that would have been taken off route. We're putting those back
Correct.
in.
So as we put, if we were to put 2
that would be
activity
my
buses
concern.
into our trip fleet, then 2 of the buses that are there will move into our route fleet.
Yeah, that would
And
be
we
my
could
concern.
continue to do that with those 2 buses and just keep the activity on the one side, and the other 2, they would move in as we moved others in, because we put the newest to go further away from home because they're going far away.
I would like to
Okay.
see what the cost would be on a bus that has the leg room, but that we could use on a route.
Okay.
So I'd like to see what that cost would be. So a bus that's the yellow that's not wrapped.
But Tasha, I think the
So-
problem with that would be because your routes have more than 40-something kids on a route. So you
Correct.
can't do
You
it
change
with,
the seats
yeah, you
out.
can't change the seats out. So, yeah, so it's not,
I'd like to see I'd like to see what that bus would be not wrapped that we could use on a route. So
You'd
if
like
you're having.
cost-wise.
Do what?
You
Cost
would like cost-wise.
Yeah.
It's.
Because you may not be able to fit the 70 or whatever, but you may need a bus to get 40 kids somewhere or something. You still have, it gives you more options. So I'd like to see the cost, because
It
I'm not
does,
sure
right.
from where I'm sitting if that amount of money is worth school spirit. But if we're saying that amount of money is for leg room for our athletes or whoever is traveling, or band kids, whatever, are more comfortable, I feel a little bit better about that money. But if it's
Well,
just so we can wrap it and have a bulldog going down the street, I don't know. I feel like we could probably get more teachers, or we
Well-
could get more regular buses. I would like to see that price.
I will say that my kid is 6'4", so he does not fit in those seats. Yeah. Believe me, I agree. He's in there now, so, but I mean, I get what you're saying, so, yeah.
I would just like to see that cost. That's something I would like.
So, cost-wise,
So-
there's not,
Yeah, I mean,
it is gonna be about the same, but, with only transporting 42, it would not be a good option because we mix our kids, so our littles that are sitting 3 to a seat would no longer be able to do that because we would not have seat belts to do that.
Okay, I'd like
So-
to see the cost of that for the next meeting.
yeah.
The cost of that bus.
Have you seen that bus? I've never
No, I
seen
mean,
that bus.
essentially what is costing more is the seats. That bus is coming to us just like the other bus, except it's going to be white and it doesn't have the safety equipment on it, so it would be more than this bus. What's costing more is the seating and the USB port, so essentially what it would be is the difference in the safety equipment. And
Safety
I'll
equipment.
be glad to get that get you a quote on that, but it's going to be more than 144.
About spending money, or everybody's money in the community, knowing that it could be used for something else. I mean, if we had to evacuate the schools for, say there's something, I don't know, but we have to evacuate the schools, would we be able to put these kids on wrapped buses? I don't know.
That would not be a two home and school, so.
So you could?
Yes.
Yeah, I would just still like to see the difference. It would make me feel better about before I can make a good informed decision.
Don't we have some small buses?
We do have some small buses. We have a variety. We have some that are 14 passenger that, and then we have others that are, oh my gosh. I believe they're 21 passenger. It depends on the seat configuration and how they were ordered. Some of them have a lift on them, and we can remove seats and add them. So just because it was specified to be for this many students, it may not be depending on the way that the seats are configured.
I'll tell you what, I know we're running a little long on time. If you could get that information that Tasha, that'd be fine. Like I said, if and I'd like to, Bill, if we can just go ahead and move on. I think you got the item number 12.
Okay.
If we can go to item number 12, presentation of Transportation Department of the NFT software program usage update.
Okay. This is something new that NFT is providing us with. These are the numbers that of our card scans, 56,154. Our active app users is 251, though we now have 391 registered users. It's up a few more than I previously reported to you. We had buses that were traveled 21,866 miles in the month of December. We had 194 transportation request changes in the 14 days of school that we attended in December.
And that's through the app?
That is through the app, correct. 3,798 app messages went out to parents. A portion of that is what parents are registered to receive. Those on extracurricular trips coming back, the parents that have registered for that would have received it, or that I sent out a notification that a bus was running late, so everyone that is registered for the app would receive that notification if it affected their student. The work orders that were created by drivers as part of their pre or post-trip inspection, and of those 52, 42 were completed, and that is not representative of the actual number of work orders. In some instances, they may have told the shop what was going on, or radioed in, or today Mr. Moore sent us or called on the radio that he spotted something. So there are things that are also going on that are not necessarily showing up there. So another change that has happened in the next picture is one of our drivers. We had a student that was added, and he is looking at the map. This is the NFT mapping, and it also allows tracking. So when I open it up, this is a 75-inch TV essentially, but I'm using it as a monitor. So it allows me to see all of the buses and where they are, or we can clear those out and look at the streets to map it. But it just allows a greater area. When when everybody's close together, it's pretty easy to see. But as we start moving out and going on our routes, the larger display really helps us, and we're making use of it already. This is an example of the November trips, which is also part of NFT. So our requesters go in and they submit a request for a bus, and I'm able to see that and assign a bus from their request. They tell me how many vehicles they believe that they need, if it is a white fleet request, if it is a bus, if it's a lift bus. And once I assign the bus, it sends an email back to them letting them know that their trip has been assigned. So I think that there's November and December. So these are the trip requests that we have that are not part of routes. And this is a washer and dryer, which have now been installed in the shop that were purchased back in November, so that we can reduce the amount of money that we're spending on uniforms for the shop. And we're hoping to save several $100s this year and close to $1,000 a year going forward by being able to do this, take care of it here.
There's an ironing table too, or?
I've asked about bringing my laundry as well, and you know they're not feeling it. So these are the things that have been going on in transportation.
Okay. Well, thank you. All right, we're going to go to, try to speed things along here. We're going to go to item number 13, presentation and review of policy manual update 120 and legal policy and local policies. Mr. Hopper?
Read each one of these.
Oh, no, sir. Not,
okay. All right, we have several policies there. Obviously, we have 5 of those that are going to be, that are local policies. And those, you've had, you know, I know you haven't been able to read over every one of those. But anyway, the CB local is about state and federal revenue sources, and it really talks about what it takes. It says newly recommended text requires district to give public notice of federal grant applications. And then the local decision there is whether or not the superintendent can approve the use of that grant, or the board would. So that's one. CKC local, safety program risk management, and this requires a district's multi-hazard emergency plan to include responding to train derailment. So that would be handy for our community. FFI local, district bullying policies must address prevention and mediation of bullying incidents to comply with minimum standards. And TEA just had a minimum standards bullying prevention policy procedures just recently, within the past few months, put out. And so they're going to make this comply with that, I believe. FNG local is revisions to this policy recommended for other complaint processes to clarify how special ed complaints are addressed, encompass all instructional resources, and reference the required hearing procedure for eligibility disputes under school nutrition programs. And the last one there, the local policy, is student discipline. Recommended revisions are to clarify circumstances when restraint may be used generally, and to more prominently address restraint of a student who receives special ed services. So those are the local policies that would be addressed, and the rest of those are legal policies.
okay. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to item number 14, the consent agenda. If there's anything on the consent agenda that somebody wants to pull out and take action separately, no, not. Anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve
Got
the consent
motion by
agenda as
Tasha.
presented.
Got a second by Greg. All in favor? Motion carries.
I do have 2 questions around 2 of these items, around one, the athletic booster, right? Sandy, or I'm sorry, DNC.
Yes, ma'am.
So, I was talking to them at the basketball game, they wanna know who they need to talk to about, like, submitting the checks. I told them I'd ask.
They can drop it off here.
Yeah.
I've already talked with Terry about that, and
Okay.
he's gonna let me know which accounts those need to go into once we get
Okay.
the money. So.
Brandy Kitchens is their finance person, so she was asking who does she, so just tell her to come see you. Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Just to reiterate for the record, motion carried.
Sorry,
Passed.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Keep
So
going.
no.
Just keep going.
And we're going to go to item number 16, consider approval of JET grant purchase form 7100.
Well, Hollis stepped out. So the JET grant is our STEM grant, and this is specifically for drones. Has he got the things up here, Form 7100? And the JET grant was a pretty nice grant. And so anyway, so there are different types of drones and drone equipment. Do you want to address some of that, Kim?
Similar to what we talked about last time, this is a we're gonna pay, and then we submit the receipts and they refund the money. And so y'all approved the CNC machine and the router table, which I've now learned what they do. And so that's good. Those were ordered, so this is the next part of that. They break it up, you have different things that, like you order this, and then it comes, and then you order this, and then it comes, so.
And this is a first grant.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
So
this is.
we've been awarded the grant, so
Yes,
it's not like we're
we have the money.
hoping to get it.
It's just a matter of, like, you pay up front, and then the receipts, all that goes to the business office, they submit the paperwork, and it's all refunded.
Okay.
And like, there's lots of hoops, so there's no messing this up. They are very meticulous before you order stuff. You have, we did a pre-manufactured checklist with Ronnie and everybody the other day. So there's lots of hoops to jump through, but if you pay that, they refund you that.
All right, well,
I'll make a motion to approve the grant expenditures listed on purchase
all
forms.
right, got a motion by Tasha, a second by Amber, all in favor? Motion carries. So item number 17, consider approval of easement and right-of-way agreement with Encore Electric Delivery Company.
Yeah, Encore contacted us here a while back, and they're just simply going to add a pole and a guy wire up here, right on the other side of Locust Street, just on the other side of 8, where it intersects with 8th. And then also they want to lengthen a guy over here on the northwest corner of the baseball field, south of Bulldog. So
And Dubner's looked at all of this? Do you need to look at this?
it's basically, it's one of, it's,
It-
no, he
no,
hasn't.
he doesn't.
No, it's,
He doesn't need to look at this?
I didn't send it to him.
Okay, I mean, I don't know.
No,
Okay.
it's one of those things that I probably could have signed,
Oh, okay.
but I want you guys to know that it's what they're doing, and so it just.
It just looks really legal, that's why I asked. Cause it has those things on it, that makes it
Is
legal.
it-
State of Texas. The weird ass things.
Yeah.
Makes it legal.
So, and they weren't, anyway, so they're,
You need a motion?
Yes, I,
Okay. A motion to approve the right-of-way agreement with Encore Electric Delivery Company.
okay, I got a motion by
I'll
Kirby, second by Amber, all in favor?
Big raise money.
All in favor, okay, motion carries. All right, so now we're going to item number 19,
18.
no, I'm sorry,
18.
oh, yeah, 18, golly.
But
18,
s-
consider approval of, order of elections for May sixth, 2023 general election and notice of elections for the May sixth, 2023 general election.
I'll make a motion to approve issuance of the order of elections and notice of elections
Okay.
for the
A
May
motion by
6th.
Tasha.
Yes.
And a second by Kirby. All in favor? Motion carries. All right. Now we're gonna go to item number 19, executive session at 9:52. Is that what you had, 9:52?
Oh, you didn't realize.
Oh, I'm sorry, let me correct for the record, we're gonna go into executive session at 9:52 for 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, 551.076. 551.082 and 551.0821. Thank you. A good catch, I was. Return from executive session at 10:42. And we're gonna go to, item number 21. Consider approval of matters related to personnel, resignation, employment positions, or contract amendment.
Laura,
Need a motion to approve the employment of Cole Cross for the position of communications officer?
Okay, got a motion by Kirby, a second by Tasha. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, on to item number 22, reports. And,
as far as the superintendent's report, you guys saw the enrollment numbers and attendance numbers. I also wanted to distribute some, we need to get a few board training hours in, and so I'll pass this out to you, and it's specific to the individual. So anyway, the big thing we need to do, and we don't have to do it right here, but we do need to have a team building session, and that needs to be done probably in the next 6 or 8 weeks.
You got somebody who can come here and do it?
Yes, sir, I can sure make that happen.
Of things, and so please look at these really carefully. There's a couple of items that I'm gonna dispute because I think something didn't carry over, but you've already taken it. So please double check those and let me know if what you see that you think might not be accurate. I'm bouncing them against what I have in my files to make sure that, you get credit for everything that you did. So I just wanna be sure that.
How many hours do we need?
137.
Dang. I'm gonna be busy.
So anyway, we're gonna make sure that everybody has an opportunity to get their hours.
Oh, mine says hours.
Currently have 10 students in DAP. Do you want me to touch briefly on the radio situation? Sure. This past Friday, our repeater went down. And what that means is we were able to make communication internally in an intra-district channel, but not externally. So Melanie worked feverishly hard over the weekend and spent time on Sunday. I was up here on Monday. We got the repeater replaced, and we're reprogramming radios on this Friday. So we'll be up and fully operational. The what? We got a couple of kids back from JJ, so that increased our enrollment by 2.
Do we have any people currently there?
Yes.
Athletics, so we need.
Just FYI, we finished up Johnson County Livestock Show last week, and then starting the end of this week, the kids will be headed to Fort Worth, and then we'll just be all over the place. And I'll put my athletic director hat on that don't exist anymore. We had our local powerlifting meet. It wasn't in your report. We had 244 lifters, and everything went wonderfully. And I have to admit, for that number of lifters, I've never seen that kind of crowd. I mean, the home stands were packed all day, and that's something that you don't see. Yes.
on that.
Yeah.
on calling.
Yeah. So,
What do kids do?
we had 2 outstanding lifters. I don't have the final results at hand, but our kids did a wonderful job. And one of the most exciting things for me was the hardest working individuals in that building are the people that load the weights. And to see our kids get excited when somebody was straining and struggling, they're like, come on, push. You know, our kids were doing that for other kids lifters. And it was a good sight to see.
Request additional items for next scheduled board meeting.
Yeah, I have something. On that dual credit, I would really like to see, I think I asked the question, but I would like to see what dual credit classes would match up with high school credit classes. Does that make sense? Just like the English does? I know there's other things that match up. I feel like we are taking something away, is how it feels, because we were offering this amount. I understand we want to streamline it, but I'd really just like to see that.
What, you wanna see what high school classes match up with those
With the dual credit classes. I know it's more work probably for our counselor to say,
No, I
sit
think
down and say, hey, you don't want to take this, you don't actually need this, because you're already taking a fine art, but there's some that aren't, and they need to get that class, and they, you know, so I want to see what those are. I don't want to be taking something away from our students. To me, when my kids were here, that was a very big thing that we have, was the dual credit that we pay for.
I can get you.
So
Okay.
you wanna,
It won't be, I won't wait till the next board meeting.
you wanna,
Okay, I mean, and it can, it's fine, I'm just curious to see that. I just feel like we're taking some away, and maybe we're not. But if I see it on paper, maybe I'll feel better.
so is that something you want to see? You just want him to look at, you don't, something you want on the agenda or anything like that?
I'll send it out to everybody.
Yeah, that'll
I mean,
work.
I don't,
Okay.
Yeah,
Further clarification?
yeah, just, yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, then we're gonna go to, if there's nothing else, we're gonna go to item number 24, adjournment at 10:51.
No way, it's an early dot. Y'all wanna go out somewhere? It's early. Hey, it is early, we're getting better.